hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger. Hey everybody, yo, it's Thane Riddle coming at you with another new show, hot and fresh out of the oven. Oh my god, look at that, it looks half-baked. Put it back in the oven. Well, too late. It's time for the show. More poorly prepared than ever before, but not feeling as much like shit as last time. But then again, last time it happened somewhere in the middle, so tune in, folks. Could still happen. Sorry about skipping last week. I caught a blight from a Filipina child whore, because all libertarians are pedophiles, folks. We're live on Zap.stream, folks, so check us out there and zap us, which is a gay way to say send us some Bitcoin. If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. The donations are trickling in. It's happening. People have sent a few. Okay, but not that much. And we're starving and sad and crying and looking at you with puppy dog eyes. Please send us more donations. Come on. We know you got more than that, you cheap motherfuckers. I know that you're living in a van that everyone can tell you live in because, yeah, it's white, but you put solar panels on top of it. And you're on the side of the street playing a keytar. I know you're working hard to panhandle that change that you sent us, so I appreciate it very deeply. I know that that's a lot of money for you, but not for me, so keep it coming. So on today's show, we are going to talk about the down-to-earth tip section of the show will be about shutting the fuck up, which is something, you know, you'd think is easy, but but the way you guys act would fool me. For the building the second realm part, we're going to talk about decentralized marketplaces, and very poorly prepared for that part. And our guest for the show today is none other than Rayo2, aka Shane Radliff, who's the fucking guy that made PAZNIA and the PAZNIA Radio Network and gave me a show. So tune in for that one. That's our biggest guest ever so far. This is a groundbreaking moment. And remember, call-ins after 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call, and we're going to have call-ins with me and my guest, Rayo2. I'm going to start you off with news. And Jesus fucking Christ, am I able to write a lot of fucking bullshit in the notes, but I'm going to try and get through it quickly because, look, I missed last week. So I'm going to attempt catching you up on last week's news and then do this week's news. And Jesus fucking Christ, there's too much stuff about war in this, in these notes. I don't want to talk about, but whatever, we'll do it. Because, you know, we're nerds. And remember, folks, I don't give a shit about the news. I don't give a shit about what's happening. The only thing I care about is coming threats that you might need to worry about and things you can learn from all kinds of security. And yeah, that means, you know, fighting. This is the Insurrectionary Agorist show, after all. So, you know, we'll talk about war a little bit. Maybe you can learn something. All right. So last week's news. Last week, it came to light that a data leak of login credentials for Google App. I guess this is the digital news section, folks. A data leak of login credentials for Google, Apple, and Facebook was much bigger than they let on. This happened like months ago, but now we know that it's about 16 fucking billion login credentials. Don't forget, boss, centralized services are fucked up. Even if the big ones weren't run by your own avowed enemies, which they most assuredly are, they would still be attacked all the time, and they would, leak your data, or maybe even go down for a little while. For the most, you can get away with merely not using Google, Apple, Facebook for almost anything at all. You should try that. There are also lots of other things you can have instead that are decentralized, self-hosted, or at least independent. In small times thugs news from last week or something. The American protests that were booked for the day of my last show, some of the so-called No Kings protests, started out pretty weak after all. Pretty much a bunch of old folks showed up from the old folks' home for some reason. I guess George Soros, he tried to send the bus to like the black neighborhood or to the college campus to pick up Antifa, but something got mixed up. It accidentally went into the old folks' home. So a bunch of old people came and not much happened. Don't ask me if this is what George Soros had in mind or if they dropped the ball somehow. However, at the same time, there were still lots of folks protesting, aka rioting, because they don't like ICE, or so they say. Of course, most folks riot merely for loot and fun and street cred. In Minnesota, a few politicians were whacked or almost whacked by maybe a hitman or something, dressed as a cop. They left their car behind with No Kings leaflets and a hit list of more politicians. I bring this up because it could have something to do with the threat of bludgies clamping down on drug dealing in Minneapolis. I'm just guessing. Or it could even be a false flag attack. Perhaps that's more likely. That will lead to more bludgy heat in Minnesota, or at least more security for those who falsely believe themselves to be our rulers, as we like to say, very up our own asses. There are a lot of false flags lately, which are there to sow hatred and fighting between everyday folks in America. So keep their eye off our true foe, which is the state. There will be many more such false flags to come. Either way, my gut tells me this was not a No Kings true believer, and the hit list left in the car is bullshit. Whoever pulled off these hits, if they truly did happen at all and they didn't just fake their deaths or something, left these red herrings there willfully, because it's kind of a smart hit. So like, it wasn't some retard who did this. Whoops! I left the flyers explaining my motive and a whole list of the next people I'm going to kill. And oh, look at that! I wasn't caught. It seems like they willfully left that there to paint a certain story. Of course, many key activists these days are merely agent provocateurs and astroturf. So I guess they may as well be called No Kings activists. There were some shootings near protests, but they were mostly to do with gangs who have been making the most of the riots to settle scores, among other things. I don't know what the dinosaur media said about these shootings, folks, but I have a hunch it may not have been wholly truthful, so I thought I'd merely let you know that this threat is street gangs. Still, street gangs can be sloppy, so it's almost as scary as a false flag attack. Either way, as I've said before, keep far away from all this dumb crap, and don't listen to the dinosaur media. That's a 360 win piece of advice for you. Israel-Iran war went on with, as I said would happen, some missile and bomb strikes back and forth. Iran did a great job of wasting Israel's interceptor missiles and making the opening to hit them for reals. Israel hit Iranian petroleum plants, and Iran answered with strikes on Israeli petroleum plants and military targets. Israel, of course, answered that by bombing whatever Iranian targets they felt like, likely killing far more civilians than Iran, because that's how fucking God's chosen people get down, folks, biblical style. Of course, Iran did answer by broadening their target selection in Israel as well, hitting a technology park, among other things. But Iran holds back a little more. Israel was killing at least 5 to 10 times the civilians as Iran. Nonetheless, civilians are most assuredly under threat on both sides. You don't want to be a civilian or anybody in the Middle East. You pretty much have to be retarded not to guess that the U.S. will back Israel in anything that they do. Or maybe you merely don't know anything about this stuff, in which case, good for you. And the U.S. was quietly backing the Israeli attacks from the start, like by giving them ammo and fuel. But anyway, last week it became even more in your face that the U.S. would get straight up openly into the war with Iran because of the way they sent their ships and aircraft around and shit like that. Somebody tried to lie and say it was for military drills in Finland, because you know how close Finland is to the fucking south coast of the Middle East, right? It's only about a quarter of the way around the whole fucking world. A hop, skip, and a jump. I guess if you believe in hollow earth theory, maybe the U.S. military knows an underground shortcut to Finland through the Gulf. If you've ever seen the film Goonies with your eyes truly open, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not Goonie-pilled, get the fuck off my show right now. Anyway, right after doing that, the U.S. more or less declared war with Iran. Kind of. Truthfully, it's hard to say what you call a declaration of war from the U.S. these days. Almost 25 years ago, the state made up a fake emergency, as they like to do, and Congress gave the president emergency powers to go to war whenever he feels like it. And those powers, of course, never went away. So I guess the president demanding surrender from another state is pretty much a declaration of war. Whatever. The U.S. will attack anybody in the world whenever the hell they feel like it anyway. Don't believe me? Just wait till I get to this week's news. While that was going on, Israel and Iran kept hitting each other with missiles and shit. They also cracked down on the internet, dear listeners. Yes, both Israel and Iran censored the internet with war as an excuse. Sounds like we need a good mesh network fucking yesterday, doesn't it, boss? The old internet's end is coming more quickly than you might think. A listener of this show who is working with the Reticulum network has already answered the call to reach out, and they are now speaking with the PAZNIans who are working with Reticulum. If you have any inkling of wanting to do something cool with mesh networking, and maybe even work out how to make some damn dough running a mesh node, please reach out to me or something, and I'll put you in touch with them. I want to see you faggots getting shit done right now. Get to work, monkey! I mean, boss. Since every damn residential neighborhood in Tehran has been hit, the threat to civilians in Tehran was high. Of course, there were a shitload of cars backed up trying to get out. Don't forget, boss, always bug out early, way before anyone else wants to bug out, and always have backup pathways, more than one way you can bug out. Because this happens every time. It doesn't matter if it's Hurricane Katrina or Israel decides to bomb your city. There's going to be cars in the highway, and you're not going to be moving very fast. Also, Israel tried to stop folks from leaving Israel. So don't be shy about sneaking across a so-called country's so-called border. It's easier than you think, but learn about doing it now before the day comes that you have to, like when your country decides to lock you inside. And all this brings to mind why we need the PAZNIA Department of Transportation to build more as well. And yeah, that one has its own chat room too that I can get you into. The PAZNIA Department of Transportation, about moving not just goods, but maybe moving folks. As I warned of before, crude oil prices went up as they braced for the supply likely going down because of the war and stuff. This kind of thing can, of course, hit fuel prices, or I guess prices of any good that comes from petroleum. There was an earthquake or something near Tehran. It was not done by nuclear technology, nor was it done by a bomb. It merely looked like an earthquake. And I'm sure that some of you are wondering if some sort of X-Files shit is happening here. Like the U.S. has a hidden earthquake weapon that they tested on Iran. I didn't actually look to see if anyone's saying that. I'm just guessing maybe somebody is. Now, all right, I can't say for sure that didn't happen. After all, it is very much 100% true that the U.S. has a lot of secret research on things like that. And this would be a great time to test it if they had something like that. But I wouldn't lose your head in the clouds there, boss. Even the best conspiracy theorists in the world can't really prove that something like this is out there yet. However, the U.S. does put out conspiracy disinfo, and that they have all kinds of great magical powers is something they most assuredly want you to believe. So here's a crazy thought. Maybe it was a coincidence. Earthquakes happen all the time, all over the world. Look at the earthquake data. It's not that weird. Anyway, whatever. If weird timing of earthquakes and war becomes like a trend or something, I don't know, maybe then we can start throwing more tinfoil on our hats. But for now, I say leave it at 1 or 2 layers of tinfoil. See how that works for you. By the way, Israel set up a desert drone base in Iran to launch drone attacks, and also a truck of drones and other military equipment snuck in near Tehran. This is kind of like that groundbreaking Ukrainian drone attack only weeks before, sneaking drones in close to where they need to hit and then letting them out. Like I said before, this new kind of attack is going to be a very big deal, maybe even for the whole 21st century. If you weren't so sure I was right about that before, you might want to think again, because it was like 2 weeks later and it's already happening again. Drone warfare has come of age, my friends. This is something I think we can all learn a lot from. Let's get those drones ready. And I say we want to think about anti-drone weapons more as well. Let's see. Did I get last week's news done on time? Not really. It's a little bit late. So let's keep going fast. Here's this week's news. Big scary threats in big scary threats news. I guess this is a part of the news where I would tell you about a big scary threat that actually might hurt you directly. But this one's kind of a false alarm. Spoiler alert, this one's kind of a false alarm, probably. Some folks are spreading gossip that the state is going to do a big biological attack on civilians in America on July 4th, and that this is going to start some big bullshit virus scare, kind of like the COVID-19 hoax in 2020. Look, it's true that I'm sure they will have many more virus hoaxes. COVID-19 wasn't the first or the last. It was merely the most retarded one. And yeah, who knows? Maybe some of them will go along with a true blight being sprayed on folks, and folks will truly get sick from some new bug, unlike last time where they pretty much merely made up the whole thing and nothing happened. However, when they spread gossip like this about a very specific thing happening on a very specific date, it's almost always disinfo. So I wouldn't worry too much about July 4th. Feel free to get out there with your black flags waving and your improvised explosive novelties and have a little fun on Anarchy Day this year. At least I think that's what PAZNIans call Anarchy Day. That's July 4th, right? I can't think of any other holiday that happens on that day. I don't know. Digital news. Whirlpool is back. Okay, this is big news. This is news right here. This is more news than all the war stuff. Whirlpool is back. If you don't know what Whirlpool is, or what Samurai Wallet, so Samurai Wallet with Whirlpool was the best way to launder Bitcoin, the best way to have Bitcoin privacy. And the Samurai guys were thrown in the slammer, and that put a damper on things, especially because of centralization aspects and the Whirlpool protocol. But someone carried the torch in the form of the Ashigaru wallet, which is a fork of the Samurai wallet. And these guys, at last, have gotten a new take on Whirlpool up and running. It's not quite the same, and it's not as easy to use yet. It's not that bad, though. Hopefully, I'm sure it will keep getting better. So the way it works for now is you need to use the desktop terminal client, Ashigaru-terminal. Don't be scared. It's not, you don't have to know commands. It's like, you just need to know like up, down, left, right, arrow keys, and the enter button or something. It's an easy to use terminal client. And instead of a Dojo server, you need an Electrum server. That's another thing. There are other little changes, but you can read about them if you care. Ashigaru is truly trying to make Whirlpool better, it seems. They even want to decentralize it more later on, but for now, their OPSEC and digital privacy are much better than the Samurai guys were, so I don't think you'll be seeing these guys shut down anytime soon. They are doing a great job carrying the torch of Bitcoin privacy, and if you ever need to launder Bitcoin at all, Ashigaru, Whirlpool, and Dojo are what you need to keep your eye on above all else. And do keep in mind that there are more or less private ways to use Whirlpool. For one, don't put more than one UTXO into the same pool, boss. Another digital news thing, archetype market, or archetype market, I don't know how to say it, which is big darknet market. If you fucking buy drugs on the internet, you probably know what I'm talking about. Archetype market has been seized by the feds. Now, is that true in the sense that, oh, this was run by some random criminals and it was seized by the feds? Well, truth is, boss, a lot of darknet markets are run by the feds in the first place these days. So, they're bragging about how we had this big Interpol operation as we cooperated and that's how we seized it. Well, yeah, maybe. Or maybe they were just running it the whole time. So they just decided that it was time to exit scam. The feds have their own way of exit scamming, and it's usually they pretend that they seized it, their own service. The money that was there, of course, is likely gone either way. And this happens. Everyone knows this happens. A darknet market has like a good, 2 to 5 years in it before it exits scams or is seized. And there's a fine line between the two. And whatever. Yeah, it happens. And there's other darknet markets, and there will be more coming to take their place. The answer in the future, of course, is decentralized markets, which, what a coincidence, is what I'm supposed to talk about today, even though I have hardly any notes about it. I'm going to sound like a retard. Here's another bit of news. Digital side. You know how big tech is run by the state, right? And they hand over all the dragnet data they have on everybody over to the state, and they hire spooks and feds to work in their corporations, often in roles to do with things like surveillance and censorship. Well, if you have a bit of a thick skull and you haven't caught on to this yet, there's a new tidbit for you. This week, 4 executives from OpenAI, Meta, and Palantir were given the rank of fucking lieutenant colonel in the US Army Reserve. In outright fascist style, big tech executives are now officially part of the US military. Have you ever heard of a so-called libertarian talking about big tech say something like, "Nah, man, it's a private company, bro. They can do whatever they want." Wrong. Big tech is the state. The state spooks started them, funded them, own them, work with them, and they are allowed to carry on only in ways that make the state happy. Big tech companies are our foes, almost as much as any bludgy, and they have the same fate coming to them. Small time slugs news for this week. There's some needle attacks in France. This has happened before. People get stabbed with needles full of all sorts of nasty stuff. A bunch of them were bludgies too. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. Be careful of strangers with needles in France. I don't know what to tell you about that, man. Watch out. There were some Eastern European protests in Poland and Slovenia. Not really a big deal. Maybe there's growing anti-Western feeling there, but of course Russia might be behind it, at least a little bit. Okay, here's the war section. It's too long. All right, so the U.S. fucking bombed Iran, and they didn't even take him to dinner first or have any foreplay or anything. The U.S. demanded that Israel and Iran have a ceasefire. All right, break it up, you two. No more bombing. Then the U.S. fucking turned right around and bombed Iran themselves out of nowhere. Like, psych! Just kidding about the ceasefire thing. But all right, now I want you to start a ceasefire. Needless to say, the U.S. doing something like this does not bode well for diplomacy with the U.S. and other states in the coming years. If the U.S. is going to demand peace and then right after that follows it by bombing you, it doesn't seem right to answer the demand with a ceasefire. Hell, maybe when the U.S. asks for peace, you should answer that with a preemptive strike on the U.S. That's a fun diplomatic precedent. Anybody who truly knew what was going on should have known the U.S. would attack Iran sooner or later, but I wouldn't blame you if you didn't quite see it happening this way. Now, let's put aside that crap and talk for a little while about how the attack the US made on the deep underground nuclear plant in Iran was, truthfully, quite a cool attack. And it's not quite like any attack that's been tried before, because the plant is very deep underground. You know how in Star Wars they blew up the Death Star by firing into a ventilation shaft? The US kind of tried to do something like that. There were 2 vents going straight down into the plant. And maybe this is easy for me to say from my little armchair, but I feel like that's not a good way to build it. Like, shouldn't the vents be sideways or zigzagged or something so nobody can drop bombs down there? Anyway, they did know the vents were an attack vector, though, so they put concrete caps on them. So here's what the US did. They sent 6 fucking bombers in a row to send 6 bombs down each vent, one after the other, with the hope that each one would blow up deeper and deeper down the vent. And who knows, maybe by the last bomb, they might be hitting the underground tunnels themselves. Now, this attack was kind of cool because it isn't easy for 6 bombers way up high in the sky going very fast to drop bombs one after another in the same damn spot. But they had the gear, they had the skill, and they pulled it off. Pretty cool. Thing is, nobody knows yet how well this attack worked. The West will lie and say they know it worked very well. Oh yeah, we totally fucked up the play. Iran will lie and say it didn't work as well as it did. But it's hard to say. The truth may be somewhere in the middle. Nobody's sure either whether Iran was smuggling out enriched uranium and centrifuge parts, or if they have an even better underground network to send them to, because there were pictures of them with trucks there, and people were like, oh, maybe they were smuggling stuff out. Other people were like, well, maybe they were fucking bringing stuff there because they thought it would be safer there. Anyway, whatever the truth is, the West will likely find out, whether they tell the news about it or not. I say that because Mossad spies have been doing very well in Iran, because Iran's counterintelligence is a fucking joke or something. Mossad is making them look dumb, really, with all the intel they've gotten and all the shit they've snuck into Iran. If only Iranian counterintelligence would listen to this show like you do, maybe they'd be better at hiding stuff. This is also why it will be very hard for Iran to build a nuke and keep it hidden, now more than ever. Of course, Iran had to answer this attack by hitting U.S. bases and going after water ports, as I warned would happen weeks ago. Overall, it wasn't a big deal, though. That's when the U.S. was like, all right, whatever. We were only busting your balls a little earlier. We truly want a ceasefire now. All right. And like not even 5 minutes later, Israel carried out one of their biggest bombing runs ever against Iran. Now, to be fair, while the ceasefire was announced, it wasn't in effect yet. Israel's like a bad guy from Karate Kid who like kicks you in the head when you go to bow at the start of the fight. But fighting dirty is cool, though, so can't blame him. Of course, Israel then went on to covertly attack Iran even after the start of the ceasefire anyway, because that's how they fucking roll. And Iran did fire something back that time, but it might have been a whoopsie. Like, I guess somebody's fucking finger slipped and pressed the button. Whoops, accidentally fired a missile, but the missile from Iran didn't even hit anything anyway. Israel wanted to attack even more during the ceasefire. So the U.S. called them and was like, hey, cut that out. And Israel was like, oh, all right, we won't attack them. And then they were like, psych. And Israel attacked Iran anyway. Israel pretty much does whatever a villain from a Saturday morning cartoon would do. And then Israel said their attack didn't count because they were going to hit more targets before. But after their talk with the U.S., they only hit one. So that's like more or less the same thing as not attacking at all, right? Doesn't count. So when the dinosaur media tells you that both states went against the ceasefire, that's what they're talking about. That Israel willfully hit Iran hard over and over while lying about it and saying that they're not going to do it, and that Iran accidentally fired one missile that didn't hit anything. So, as you can see, both parties are equally in the wrong here, folks, because Jews are closer to white folks than Persians or something, at least in the American mind. So that balances everything out. Keep this in mind, dear listeners. I don't give a fuck about the news for its own sake. I'm going to say this again. I talk about this stuff on one hand so you know about threats that might be coming in the world, and on the other hand so you learn something. What can you take away from this? Well, if you're in the Middle East, try not to be. Duh. But also, if you're in a fight and somebody rings a bell, ding, 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 all right, guys, break it up, and you see the other guy stop and listen to that third guy asking you to break it up, you take that window and hit that motherfucker again, not only once, but over and over, and hit him hard, because it's not a fucking boxing match. It's not a game, and there are no bells. And if you don't hit the other guy after he hears the bell, he might hit you. If that sounds harsh to you, too bad. Don't look to films like The Karate Kid for your fighting rationale, your morality. Fighting dirty is great. Do it as much as you can because it works. The only thing that makes your fight a righteous one or a not so righteous one is what your goals are, whether you started it or you merely want to end it. Now, Israel may not have much to teach you about being righteous, but they are great at fighting dirty. There are some great Krav Maga schools out there, boss. That's the Israeli martial art. If Krav Maga schools, if you've never been to a Krav Maga class, do give it a try. They teach fighting dirty there too, even in hand-to-hand combat. It's another interesting little tidbit. Iran reached out to talk with China a little more because maybe they feel Russia's letting them down a little bit. I guess this isn't that interesting. Russia and China don't like each other, and each state would love to eat the other one day, but for now they are on the same side of World War III. Still, they are quite apart from each other. Most often helping a Middle Eastern state against the U.S. would be Russia's thing. And Russia has been friendly with Iran, but they kind of let them down. They haven't been doing much for them lately. So Iran's probably got their eye on Chinese help. But truth is, both of them likely wanted Iran weakened so that Iran would need help more, so that they could have more power over Iran, which not so long ago, Iran was maybe one of the most independent states in the world. And that's coming to an end, which is kind of sad. Not because I like the state of Iran, but because I hate all states. So I like it when they are more divided and stuck on hurting each other rather than hurting us. But this is the way of statehood in the 20th and 21st centuries. They are meshing together into three big hegemonies, each of which wants nothing less than world domination. Kind of like Pinky and the Brain, except the brain from Pinky and the Brain was much cooler and, frankly, much more likely to successfully rule the world with central planning because he is a cartoon character, and who knows? Maybe central planning could work in the world of Looney Tunes. Still not likely, though. Looney Tunes does seem to follow natural law pretty well. But I think we'll have to leave getting deeper into Looney Tunes philosophy for another time, if ever. No joke, I truly do have put some thought into the philosophy of Looney Tunes. But I'm going to need a lot of spare time to ever get around to writing about stuff like that. Anyway, so that ceasefire has mostly held up for days now. Well, more or less anyway. There was a little drone attack on an apartment building in Tehran, which was likely yet another Israeli ceasefire violation, but whatever, nobody cared that much about it. The truth is, Israel is very low on interceptor missiles, and Iran is very low on interceptor and offensive missiles, and Hezbollah told Iran they weren't going to help them. Iran's defenses are fucked up. And of course, these guys aren't in good spots to have a ground war with each other. In short, both states are very much hurting from the war already, so there's a lot less they can do at this time. They're both likely grateful to have a breather so they can gather their strength for more war later. Okay, it's not over. They just want to rest. Now, where the Strait of Hormuz hasn't been blocked yet, so 20% of the world's oil supply isn't blocked off yet, I wouldn't bet on it staying that way forever. I still say stock up on your petroleum goods now. Of course, if the strait is blocked, it won't hurt China as much because they have new train rails going through, like, I guess, the mountains and shit between like China and Iran, passing over some sheep fucking countries in the middle. Those Central Asian countries, mountains and stuff. Kind of cool, weird cultures there, actually. And sheep don't look half bad, if you ask me. Not as good as Filipino child whores, though. Some folks are trying to stir shit up and say that Iranian terrorists are going to set off a suitcase nuke in the U.S. Okay, I just want to say that's bullshit. Almost nobody has suitcase nukes. Russia and China haven't even given any kind of nukes to Iran, let alone suitcase nukes. If the U.S. is hit by a so-called Iranian terrorist attack, it's likely going to be a false flag attack. And it's unlikely to be done with a suitcase nuke. But if it was, then you fucking know for sure it was the U.S. that did it, because they're the ones who have the suitcase nukes. Anyway, stay away from protests and riots if you want to avoid false flag attacks. And do have a nuclear fallout shelter, but not so much because of a dumb little suitcase nuke, which will likely never come. More because World War III could have lots of big boy nuclear strikes on all kinds of targets. God, I'm making horrible time. I'm going to have to rush through the parts that I didn't have enough notes for anyway. That works out for me. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Well, fuck you. Because you can make it hurt less with a 20% DMSO solution mixed with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. It's called Pain Liberator, folks. You can take a look at it at libertyunderattack.com/painthane, PAINTHANE. It's great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it is magical. And this is the real shit, folks. It actually works. It's actually a really good formulation. Do you want to officially join the second realm, even though that sounds stupid? Well, you can. You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE, to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on first and third Mondays, on the PAZNIA Radio Network, tune in first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central. Dick Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. A credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes will take you through a tour of deep tracks, entertaining and enlightening banter, and an overall great time. I listened to his first show, not his second yet, but I heard that he's getting better, that the music is getting better. And I heard about a song that was on there called Sailor Take Me to the Moon, and it sounded like it had pretty funny lyrics. So yeah, you actually should tune in. That's not just an advertisement. You probably actually should tune in to Music Mondays on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central to hear Dick Greaser's stream. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Man, I'm late. I'm going to have to keep this short. But which is pretty, I mean, that, like I said, that works out for me because my notes today are not enough. Oh, that's cool. But that's not what I'm trying to look at. All right, here we go. Shut the fuck up. My down-to-earth tip for you today. Shut the fuck up. When it comes to dealing with others and speaking with others, one of the best ways to keep hidden things hidden is merely not to. Or if you don't need to say something, you don't. Or a better way to say it is, if they don't need to know something, you don't let them know. This is an old teaching called need to know. And you may have heard before that something is on a need-to-know basis when somebody doesn't want to tell somebody about it. Need to know is the backbone of the old and storied craft of shutting the fuck up. I'm going to tell you a few things, not everything that I wanted to, but a few things about shutting the fuck up. Might help you. It sounds straightforward, right? But no, it's actually, there's something to it. First off, I want to tell you that maybe can be as bad as knowing for sure. What do I mean by that? Now, I say need to know, but if I'm truly doing my job here, I'm not just talking about what folks know for sure. We're also talking about what they think is likely, or even what they think is unlikely, but wonder if it might be true. That's because sometimes others thinking that something might be true is all it takes to get you in hot water. And even if it's not enough on its own, it can lead to somebody looking into it further. And enough maybes can come together to make a likely. And enough likelies can make things look very bad for you. Now, not to get too philosophical here, but when you think about it, nobody ever truly knows almost anything for sure. Mostly all you have are likelihoods, and the strength of those likelihoods in your mind and how much you care about each one are shifting all the time. So you want to be aware of the whole world of likelihoods that lives in the mind of another, and you want to be very careful about what you're doing to these worlds in the minds of others. It's not enough that they merely don't know for sure. The best outcome is they've never even thought that it could be true at all. Of course, there is much middle ground between those two, but you often want to be close to the latter than the former. Next thing I'm going to tell you about is being boring. Stopping the leak before the leak. Did you know that every time something hidden is leaked, there was already another leak before it? That leak before the leak is harder to see. It's the leak that made somebody care to look to begin with. The leak that made something less boring and thus worth checking out at all. I spoke above of how the strength of likelihoods and how much you care about them is always shifting in your mind. Just as each mind holds a world of likelihoods, it also holds a world of cares. And if you truly win at the game of keeping something uncared for, in other words, boring, then you win the whole game. Nobody looks closer, so nobody finds anything. And at another time, I'll talk about being a gray man, dressing and carrying yourself in such a way that you look like a lot of other folks so that you're boring. But going gray, so to speak, can be more than how you dress. It can be how you do anything. A lot of things you do can be made to seem boring to anybody that might catch a glimpse. I'm going to talk a little bit about leaking without speaking, since I thankfully have to move to this quickly. Up there, I switched up my wording a little bit from saying something to letting them know something. That's because there are endless ways to let somebody know something without outright saying it. And some of these ways are easier to see than others, both for others and for yourself. This is why most anybody will at some time or another leak something without even knowing that they did. So you should always work to become more and more aware of the many sundry ways that things can leak. This is one of the biggest things in the world of privacy, that you have like leak vision. You're looking at everything to see, how could I be leaking something? How could something leak here? How could something leak? Here's a little list, some bullet points of ways that you can leak something that's should be hidden. Thankfully, I don't have to elaborate on them. I'm just going to give you the list. Saying it. You can fucking say something that you shouldn't. Hinting at it. Not saying it, but hinting at it. Saying or hinting at something else that's linked to it. That's a big one. People do that shit all the time. One of the biggest things people fucking do is you start talking about something or going down a line of discussion that is likely to lead to you being asked certain things. And those are things that you don't want to be asked, and it might be awkward, or you might be likely to say something that you shouldn't. Don't even get close to the thing that you're trying to hide. Stay far away from it. Don't even bring conversation near it. And then you won't even be asked about it in the first place. Here's another one. Seeming like you don't want to talk about it. Wow, what a great way to not be boring. If you seem like you don't want to talk about something, it makes it way more interesting. So sometimes this can be bad. This is one of the most awkward things to deal with when you're a paranoid or private person or like a criminal or something. Here's another one. Having no alibi or one that doesn't hold up. You're going to find that lying and having a boring lie is really the way to go, because simply saying nothing or I don't want to talk about it is very interesting. Unless, it's part of your brand, right? Like if I do that here as Thane Riddle, the privacy guy, blah, 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 and I say, I can't say this, I can't say that, I can't say this, I can't say that. That's fine. That's part of my brand. Works for me. But in other cases, depending on how you're presenting yourself in the context and all that, might not be so good to seem evasive. So you want boring lies lined up, boring alibis. Here's another one. Body language, tone. Can't talk in depth about that, but it's important. Being overheard talking to somebody else. I can't tell you how many people think that whispering is this. This is how you keep. Can you hear this right now? You can hear that, and you're all the way across the world. Okay, that's because it's not quiet. People can hear that shit all the way across the room. Or, you leave the door open, whatever you think just because you're talking on the phone, people can't hear you. Whatever, man. Try not to get overheard. Like try rubbing two brain cells together and thinking about what other people can hear or whatever. Here's one. Being witnessed doing something or something linked with something that you want to hide. And being witnessed, it could be just some random stranger. It could be a camera. That stuff can come back to bite you, trust me. Leaving behind traces, evidence, all right? This is the CSI stuff. Tire tracks, shoe imprints, fingerprints, DNA. You know that cops, they're offering you a Coke so that they can get your fingerprints and your spit, right? Fucking idiot. You know that, right? Now you do. Think about what you're doing. And, if you don't look like too much of a weirdo, fucking don't even leave your fingerprints anywhere. You just touch things with your knuckles or use your hand, but then you like wipe that spot sort of casually. You can smear fingerprints. Like the only way to get a good fingerprint is you press down and lift straight up, just like they ask you to do, if they put ink on your hands. So like, smear that shit around. You really want to be a good paranoid? Start smearing your fingerprints around or not leaving them there. Leaking your whereabouts or other things that you do that are linked with the thing you're trying to hide. You leak your whereabouts by carrying your phone everywhere, for example. Leaking things about your schedule. You tell people too much about your schedule. Oh, I'm available this day, that day, that day. Oh, I'm busy on this day from this time to that. Do they really need to know that? Just be like, how does this work for you? No? Okay, how about this? You don't need to leak your whole schedule to everybody. What's another one? Leaking things digitally. God, that can happen a bajillion different ways I don't have time to talk about. Leaking things about how you get your money. I don't care how you get your money, but it's better for you if you don't leak too much about that. How about how you spend your money? You're using a credit card. You're leaking to some company, to everyone in the world who cares. You're buying this, you're buying that. Not good. Not good. Trust me. I can get a profile on you from that, among many other things. Here's one. And this one sometimes, it hurts. But in a lot of cases, leaking what you believe, feel, or want. How about that? Oh my God. What about human connection? Boo-hoo. Fuck human connection. They're not going to understand you anyway. We all die alone. Nobody really knows the mind of anyone else. Haven't you ever watched Evangelion? We are all trapped within ourselves. But, with that said, if you want to have some sort of intimate connection, or at least pretend that you do, you can be vague or change the details. It doesn't actually matter the specifics of what you like believe or want to do. It's more like the dynamics of the basic dynamics are universal. It's human. We all share that. And that's all that really matters. So you can be vague. Here's one: leaking who you know, who you speak with, or who you deal with. People don't need to know that shit. And don't give them permission. Don't give them contacts permissions, okay, to those apps. I don't care if Signal says that they anonymize the data and even they can't get it. Fuck that. Okay, that's a little thing called trust. We don't do that around here. Don't trust, verify. Don't give them contacts permission. And then here's one: leaking things about somebody or something else. Don't leak these things for someone else either, unless you're spying on them or something. And then here's one: somebody else you leaked something to leaks it for you. And this is one of the big things. It's kind of not a leak done by you, but truth is, if you leak things to anybody, no matter how harmless you think it is, it doesn't stop there. That person leaks it further. And it may be in an understandable way that's not even blameworthy. Okay, so just don't do the first leak, and then more won't happen because of it. Man, I'm seriously running out of time. Here's what people do need to know. They only need to know whatever they need to know in order to do whatever you want them to do. Okay, just pretend in your mind. Don't treat people like this to their face, but pretend in your mind that they're all just your little minions who are just there to do things that you want them to do, because on some level, that's really what your brain thinks of everyone else. They only need to know what they need to know to do what you want them to do. Why they should do what you want them to do. Where to go. What time to be there. What to do. What not to do. How they will know the things and the folks that they'll be doing things with. How will they know them? Do they even need to see their face? Do they need to have that name that they use in other places? No, they just need to know how they're going to know them at that time. Here's some stuff they don't need to know. Why you or anybody else wants anything, such as for them to do this. They don't need to know your true reason for wanting to do this. And by the way, I talk about beliefs, feelings, wants, why you want to do. That shit is used in court. Okay, it's called motive. Okay, so don't leak it. How about this? Where anything or anybody is that they don't need to do anything with. They don't need to know. They don't need to know where anything is except the things that they're working with. How about this? What might be going on before or after the time you want them to do something? They don't need to know that. They don't need to know what's happening before, what's happening after. They just need to know their little part. What anybody else may be doing or whatever else may be happening. If they don't need that to do what they're doing, they don't need to know that. How about what anybody else shouldn't be doing? They don't even need to know that. And how about this? Anything about the things or the folks they're working with that doesn't help them do the things. As in, oh, you're breaking into this server. Do you need to know what it is? Not necessarily. You're working with this or that person. Do you need to see their face? Do you need to know a name that they're using anywhere else? No, not necessarily. They only need to know the bare minimum. And that's it. I've thankfully run out of time on that. And I have even less time for the rest, which is, trust me, that's good for all of us, folks. We can spare you and myself by pretending that I could have done something really good. I just didn't have the time. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. There's Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel management engine, open source firmware, and whatever Linux OS you like. And I believe they have X200 tablets as well. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane to get these great privacy devices, laptops and phones that were put together by our own Jammin' Biconic. If you want to ask anything about these goodies or you want them to do a custom job for you, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Support the Second Realm, support PAZNIA, support yourself. 360 win. Now, oh shit, man, I'm really late on time. Okay. Well, I got a treat for you today, kids. I have fan mail that comes with money attached. You see, some folks actually went to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and told them that Thane sent them, or at least that somebody who was clearly meant to be Thane Riddle, but you know, one of them said Shane Riddle. And that's the first one that we're going to talk about, folks. Our first donor, Thought Crime Boss, with a donation, said, Shane Riddle's Cloak and Dagger podcast is fucking great. I rarely donate to podcasts, but I want this one to continue, so I'm going to support it. We need more content like this. Thank you so much, Thought Crime Boss. But I warn you that my name is not Shane. Maybe I should have had a name that wasn't so close to Shane's name. Since Shane is, so I never even thought of that before. Would you believe that I never realized that Thane and Shane are close together until this guy said Shane Riddle? But anyway, I'm sure that Thought Crime Boss is one of my biggest fans. I'm sure that he knows it's Thane Riddle. He probably just had a slip of the finger there. Thank you so much, Thought Crime Boss, for your donation. But I know you can afford more than that, so keep it coming. And we also have a donation from Tom Marshall saying, onward to the second realm. Well, I got some news for you, Tom. We're already there. The second realm is here in your fucking mind. Okay, just like the first one. That's all a bunch of bullshit. Okay, they're both made up. You just do whatever you want. And hopefully it works out, especially if you're my friend, which I guess you are because you gave me money. And I got some feedback from some, I don't know if they want me to say their name or not. Safe Network actually has begun to go somewhere recently. Okay, this is in response to recently I talked about mesh networking, and as usual, I didn't do my research. So it's been like, I mentioned Safe Network, how they've been at it for almost 20 years and they've gone basically nowhere, but they've been working the whole time, and I've been watching them because it's a really cool project. Somebody told me, because I guess it's been months since the last time I checked up on Safe Network. Safe Network actually has begun to go somewhere recently, but they have rebranded to Autonomy Network. You should definitely check it out. It seems really promising. Autonomy, spelled with an I at the end. It's like the word autonomy, but with an I at the end instead of a Y. Autonomy Network. And yeah, honestly, I haven't looked closely at it, but yeah, that looks really fucking cool. I'm actually super glad to hear that, because then, you know, if it's basically Safe Network but just rebranded and it's actually going somewhere, then that's a big fucking deal, because those guys might be solving the problem of data storage, distributed data storage, and without a blockchain or anything, just like I talked about. That's been their vision for almost 20 years. And they're like kind of more qualified than anybody because like they've actually tried to tackle this. So if that's actually going somewhere I mean, this project is older than Bitcoin. If that shit's actually going somewhere, that's a big fucking deal. I guess we should check out Autonomy Network. If you have any thoughts on anything said on this show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in, and I will likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, call in soon, like in 33 minutes or so, at PAZNIA.com/call, and you can talk to us live. I think it's very safe to say that I don't have time at all to do the building the second realm topic of today. I think it's because I was catching up on news from last week, and like there's too much war stuff. But actually it wasn't that bad. It was all right news coverage. Hopefully you found it entertaining. That's good for me, folks, because then when I finally can talk to you about decentralized marketplaces, my notes might be better, because like this is shit I threw together at like the last minute and it's not properly researched at all. And as we can see, that has consequences, because I'm like, Safe Network's one of the best things ever, but it never went anywhere. And I've been watching it for, oh yeah, you've been watching it? Well, you don't even know that like fucking last year they rebranded and they're going somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Let's try and avoid something like that. We'll do decentralized marketplaces. I guess next week, next Saturday, I'll talk about that. And now the timing is perfect, now that we've just cut an entire piece from the show. But I will say this, if you want to talk about working on stuff like decentralized marketplaces or mesh networks or distributed data storage or secure distributed computing or blah, 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 please reach out and talk to me. We're getting people are actually doing it now. Somebody's actually talking on SimpleX in chats that they heard about this on the show. It's working. So come on, join the conversation, talking about building the second realm, like mesh networks and shit like that. Okay, big deal. We need to build things. We need to work. We don't need more Vonuans or more agorists. Fuck everyone else. We don't need them to think like we do. Our philosophy is about doing things. So let's actually do some things. Like, for example, give me your money. Do you want to support this show and the rest of the PAZNIA radio network? Well, you can buy PAZNIA merch at PAZNIA.com/shop, but we're also taking Monero donations, just like the people you heard their feedback earlier this episode sent us Monero donations at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. And please leave a note saying Thane sent you, because then, you know, maybe I'll get some of the measly fucking donations that you're sending. Give me your money. And if you're a Bitcoin maxi or something, you can go to zap.stream and zap us there, silly. Support the show that gives you great privacy and security knowledge and wisdom, and thus support yourself. 360 win. And don't forget, folks, you can also join the second realm and get discounts on hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, and maybe even some merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off an honorary stakeholder membership. And tune in on the first and third Mondays of every month. I think the next one will be the first Monday of July, which is the 7th of July, the 7th. 7th of July, first and third Mondays every month, 7 p.m. Central, for Dick Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him that, folks. The Dick Greaser. And that show's just full of 360 wins. The artist wins. You win. The Dick Greaser wins. PAZNIA Radio wins. Dick Greaser fucking probably has the biggest audience of anyone on PAZNIA Radio Network, so he's given us a bump. And don't forget, boss, if this is interview time, and in a half hour, we will be taking call-ins. I believe our guest will be here for those call-ins. So, and our guest today is Rayo too, by the way. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call in a half hour when we start taking call-ins. So the guest we have today needs no introduction, but he's going to get one anyway. Rayo 2 / Shane Radliff, not to be confused with Thane Riddle. Shane Radliff, Rayo 2, the guy who made PAZNIA and PAZNIA Radio Network and Lua and all that crap, the Vonu podcast, whatever. Here you are, Shane. That's your introduction.
Here I am. Cheers, Thane. It's good to be speaking with you. We've been working behind the scenes, or I guess I've been behind the scenes, helping out. Put this show, your show, and the network together. But yeah, it's good to be with you.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, you've done a lot, and hopefully one day I'll be doing more. But anyway, so let's assume that one day somebody hears the show who doesn't know who you are. Tell them real quick who you are.
Yeah, well, hopefully, I mean, I never did live streams before, so hopefully we're reaching, not huge audiences on various platforms. We're reaching real human beings that are, translating into, physical or digital second realm. So, yeah, if people don't know who I am, I guess it'd been a decade ago. Back February of 2015, I started my first live radio show, Liberty Attack Radio. More modeled after, the now late Bill Cooper, conspiracy kind of constitutionalist, minarchist sort of stuff. But found some anarchists soon after, some agoras, and they dispelled my, I guess my concerns that I had with, quote unquote anarchy, even though I didn't know what the hell it was, when I came across it. But yeah, I guess, and that would have been when I was 21 or 22. So I've been doing this for a long time. I really, I guess you could say I was black pilled early. Politics, political crusading, as I call it. I guess just, I don't know, very early on in my path, around the time of starting the radio show, I was involved with some constitutionalist patriots, like Gary Hunt, like Patriot OGs. He was one of the reporters on the ground at Waco back in '93. Sending off the reports via fax machine and such. And he was actually on Bill Cooper's show in '93, talking about the coverage of Waco. And yeah, Gary did a whole bunch of cool shit, like security teams. If I was still in contact with him and he didn't, jump on the Trump chain, I would, he'd be a good guest for you. But I was actually thinking about it earlier. I'll probably replay that.
Wait, is that a guy who he was on your show talking about, like basically militia cell structures?
Yeah. Security teams. Security teams.
That was good shit. I mean, I don't give a shit what that guy thinks. I'd like to have him on the show if you could get back in touch with him.
I mean, yeah, I'd have to re-download Skype, or I guess I have his email. I could try.
Yeah, totally.
See if
that's good shit, because like that guy knew what he was talking about. It sounded like he actually had done it.
Dude, no, he's hardcore as fuck. Like I can't, I give Gary all the respect in the world. Is just unfortunately, he went a different path in 2016.
What people do is way more important than what they say they think. I talk about this a lot in Insurrectionary Agorism, my submission that I'm rushing to write. But anyway,
that wasn't even really his only. There was I guess the other stuff that was happening that I covered during the radio show, or there's a YouTube playlist on the Malheur Wildlife Refuge occupation, and I think it was 2016. I don't remember. Maybe it was January.
So how did that become the Vonu podcast?
So LUA. So basically, I was maintaining Well, so LUA Radio was more expansive back at that time, or I guess it was a podcast. And I started the Vonu podcast with my buddy Kyle Reardon. And we wanted to focus on Vonu, so we started a new podcast. And I was maintaining 2 podcast feeds for like 6 months, and I realized I was retarded since the content was basically the same at that point. So I just transitioned LUA Radio over to the publishing, just books and now privacy tools and other stuff. But and then yeah, just transitioned all the content to the Vonu podcast. So like anything with PAZNIA, any ads, like anything I release goes out on the Vonu podcast feed. So that's even better than the PAZNIA website, as far as content.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it should go where there's eyeballs already, unless it's something that would make people turn it off, like how YouTubers have a second channel where they just stream or blab on or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's what we do anyway, is just blab on a bunch of crap. That's our main content here. Now, early on in the Vonu podcast, it was almost like a course. Like it was like classes. Like those episodes are really good to listen to, by the way. To this day, like it survives as one of the best little educational tools out there for making yourself less vulnerable to the initiation of force. How did you guys decide the topics, the curriculum?
Yeah, so basically, I guess the way we planned the podcast, I'm thinking back, this would have been like end of 2016, so we're going way back. I guess not that far, but 9 years is quite a ways back. But no, we sat down and we the season 1 was the philosophy of Vonu, so we went through all the philosophical content, the philosophical or theoretical aspects, and there's some things unique to Vonu in that realm, like like collective movementism and controlled schizophrenia, etc. So yeah, I guess we started, season 1 would be the philosophy of Vonu. Season 2 would be the practice of Vonu, but only stuff that Rayo talked about, and stuff that he wrote, or, in publications back in the 60s and 70s. And then season 3 was just going to be, expanding Vonu into the modern day, since it basically didn't get developed at all, publicly, like the zines, back in the 60s. It didn't get, publicly discussed, since it disappeared in 74, since Rayo disappeared in 1974. And then, yeah, basically just went through the, I don't know, the most important concepts, and I guess trying to lay it out in the best way. Yeah, I guess it wasn't super, it wasn't, I don't know.
At a certain point, the show kind of went a little more toward interviews and stuff. How did that kind of happen?
Yeah, so, like there's only so much. There really isn't that much. Well, I guess there is a lot of Vonu content, but it's not as, I guess it's not that much. So yeah, as far as like covering the stuff that's covering previous Vonu content, that was done, pretty much probably through season 2, which would have been maybe a year. And then I suppose around that time, Kyle had gone through, I guess, the breakup with his ex, and I told him about Indeed. He didn't know about job boards. He didn't know that job boards existed, I guess. So I told him about job boards, and the motherfucker got like 6 jobs, and never had time to podcast anymore. So then, at that point, and I started networking a lot more at that time too. I was getting better at that. So I wanted to connect with other people, and yeah,
now,
just over.
that people can learn about networking. Like, how did that happen? How did the networking happen, and what worked for that?
Yeah, so I guess, and this was the networking back then is the same as the networking for PAZNIA and how that started. But essentially, back in 2015, I guess it would have been like May of 2015. I got pointed in the direction of a guy named Cal Molinet, who used to do a really good series on his YouTube channel called Spreading Anarchy, and he'd go to college campuses, or he'd go to the local college campus and basically like try to convert people to anarchists. It was entertaining stuff. But he told me about a festival that he was going to in Michigan called the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. And I was like, well, shit, I didn't know those existed. I guess I'll go check it out. I've started going every single year since 2015. This year will probably be the first year that I've missed since I've started going. But basically that's where most of the networking stemmed from, or it came from digital relationships. I don't know. I've done so many radio shows, live or otherwise. Done so many podcasts, and I've talked. I've interviewed pretty much everyone that was popular in libertarian circles, other than like Larkin Rose. I think there might be a few, but the
So
big
you'd
name
say it
folks.
was mostly either going to festivals
Yep.
or just meeting people through friends online, like they're
Yeah.
introducing you to someone else or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Now, have you made any money off the goddamn podcast besides promoting your other stuff?
So, I mean, I tried early on. Obviously, I was big into. I was in mastermind groups, and a lot of entrepreneurship circles back in that day, and that was like that was the dream to like monetize the podcast. Like do Patreon or monthly, have monthly subscriptions and all that. But donations never worked out for me. So I'd get they'd trickle in every once in a while, but yeah, it was never enough for anything. So it very quickly became evident that like that the Vonu podcast is just like the hub for promoting obviously good at educational, self-liberational media, but obviously to try to sustain myself too, if people want to support my work, donations kind of suck, like I guess in a partial sense, because it's kind of, I guess it's not one way, because they get the content, but I'd rather people buy like buy a book bundle or something. So
It
I
is
can send,
one way
I can
because
send them something back. Yeah.
them getting the stuff is not reliant upon them giving you money.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So it is one way. That's why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's communist shit. Okay, but still send in your donations. xmr.com/.
I guess it doesn't work with a bunch of capitalists, right, or so-called anarcho-capitalists. I guess it makes sense. So yeah, as far as the podcast itself, directly.
I don't know. We've got more money to throw around, if anything. But yeah, it just doesn't work as well.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that podcasts are doing well with ad reads, getting sponsors, and then also streams, quote unquote streams, are having super chats and stuff like that. Audience engagement's a big deal. That's the kind of stuff I have my eyes on as we get better at doing this show and promoting it more.
Same here, and I'll mention it since you brought it up. I guess folks listening might be interested. But I was originally going to lean more towards like 24/7 streams of just like previously recorded content. But now, like with your show on Saturday, like I want to fill out like the entire Saturday of live shows, because again, like whether I'm doing pre-recorded ones or whether I'm producing behind the scenes, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't require that much effort. So like,
right, yeah. Are you able to say anything about some of the shows, the Saturday live shows that might be coming?
Yeah, so I guess there's another one that's that's kind of in the works, and I guess it's been talked about in the PAZNIA chat. So it's not private. It's been discussed. So so my buddy Phoenix is doing a show called he's putting together a show called Good Faith Debate. Is that
Phoenix Aurelius?
Phoenix Aurora.
Aurora.
F-E-N-I-X.
Are those two different?
There's different.
Are those two different niggas?
Yeah, it's different spellings too. Yeah, one's like Phoenix Rising from the Ashes, and the other is F-E-N-I-X, and that's the one I'm talking about.
Fuck, that's confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing as shit. But no, his show is called Good Faith Debate, and it's not just like your show, for example. Like you can kind of you don't have to do a whole ton of preparation. You don't have to go out and find a guest like for your show to exist. You don't have to go out and find like moderators.
If I did, we'd be in big shit.
Yeah. So for he's got to have like it's a debate show, so he's got to have two people on both sides, and there's got to be like moderators. So it was this big production that he was putting together, and I applaud him for it. And but he kind of bit off a little more than he could chew, I think. When he realized how much coordination I was going to take, but it's still going to happen. I guess he broke his leg or he got injured somehow, and he's been recovering. So
yeah, I mean debates are cool. You can just rip off the Soho forum, basically. But yeah, it takes tons of time. Like both the debaters need to know about it months in advance. They got to prepare their arguments and shit.
Yeah. So that's one. And then I want to do more. So you mentioned Richard Greaser's Music Mondays. That happened a couple Mondays a month. But I did my first Metal Mondays this past Monday, and I want to do maybe one of those a month. And then I guess there's not. I've been promoting it a lot more and talking about it. I mean, people here if they hopefully continue listening to this.
Sounds like there's space for at least one more Music Monday person a month.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so
We've
there
got
could be a
three
rotating,
Mondays of the
yeah,
month taken.
rotating guest DJ, yeah. And that's I want to, and that's yeah, I definitely want to do that. Like Richard's one of them. And I guess Phoenix, again, FENIX Phoenix, the guy's doing the Good Faith debate. He used to do a live radio show like this. So I want to, once he gets, I guess, healed back up, I'll bring that up to him, and be like, hey, I know you're working on Good Faith debate, but let's do something a little fucking easier and get you on there like quicker, and see if he'll be down for something like that.
What do you think? Music for Phoenix Aurora?
Oh yeah, Phoenix Aurora. Yeah, he that's what he used to do
Yeah.
before. Is live, like I guess a lot of
Ah,
live music DJing, and then he'd do interviews. Like I was interviewed on his what was it called, Anarchy Radio, was his thing. I guess I would have probably went defunct a few years back, but yeah.
what I want to hear is some goddamn synth or something. I
So,
mean, I'm as eclectic as the next fucking. Everyone says they like every kind of music, but I want to hear some goddamn synth. Let's get like a cypherpunk
some synth
theme
wave.
going.
Yeah, so I guess I
Cypher
could.
wave.
I guess I could. There's so one of the bands I played last week was Affiance, and they really good. It's called politicore in the metal genre. Anything like talks about like politics or conspiracy, it's called politicore. Like I love metal because it has its own like conspiracy subgenre. Um,
Oh,
but
like head PE or something.
well, so I'm
Well,
not
that's
familiar
rap
with them.
metal.
But so Affiance went, they started a new band called Night Rider, and it is very synthwave kind of metal. And I'll probably play some of that at some point, but it's not as like I guess it's more it's beyond politics, which is good. Bands gotta progress. Can't just stay the same, especially since that was a decade old album. But yeah.
Now, talk to me a little about like your other businesses. Like, what the fuck is everything that Lua does? It does a lot of things.
Oh
Um,
gosh, yeah, I don't even remember all of them all the time. But so yeah, we obviously publishing outfit. We offer books and bundles and publishing services. So people need help with proofreading or editing or cover designs or audiobook narration or whatever. We can help with that. Full service publishing, and then we offer privacy tools too, which you've discussed tonight. Yeah, ghost phones, ghost pads, and much more coming soon. When
that's
I mean,
libertyunderattack.com/Thane.
there you go. Yep, and there should be another like 20 items listed, and I keep prodding Jamin about it, but he's so backed up. He just put together a new solar panel setup to power a lot of his stuff. So
Yeah, folks, you can't trust Jamin to put up new listings. If you want something
you
that's
got to
not
reach out.
listed there, just
There's a
email
lot.
Shane
Mm-hmm.
at libertyunderattack.com.
Yep, certainly. And then I guess there's some wellness items like the Pain Liberator, the DMSO aspirin product.
That's at
that you promoted.
libertyunderattack.com/PainThane, and that's a
Bingo.
really good special product.
It
But
is.
what gave you the idea to do Pain Liberator? Because like it seems like something someone should have done
It's
before.
so basic, yeah. No, like I've been into DMSO for a few years, thinking about like, well, it'd be cool. Like obviously, like thinking about cannabis and stuff was fun. Like I wonder if you could combine it with like and some of those things. But then like also the wellness things. Like you can use it to take in vitamins and minerals. You can use it, for transdermal absorption to make it like 90% plus efficient. Whereas with a lot of things, it's a lot less than that if you do it transdermally. But no, it's like, well, what about a fast-acting aspirin? It's like that's kind of why people lean towards ibuprofen, as far as I understand it. But ibuprofen comes with its own side effects. So it's like, well, why not just have like a, fast-acting local aspirin? And it was very easy after that. It's like I don't know why this doesn't exist. I looked around, and there's not really that many DMSO products, or I guess good ones that I've found. There's the DMSO store, which I don't mind promoting. But they're kind of the only ones out there, and I haven't seen because aspirin's synthetic, quote unquote synthetic. So I don't think they would necessarily, at least on that store. I don't know if they have any synthetic stuff. It's mostly natural, I think. But no, it seemed
Yeah,
basic.
aspirin's synthetic, but it's not far removed from the natural salicylic acid.
Yeah, just adding an acetyl group to it, so it's not like some Franken synthetic thing. It's just like a slight modification that's super cheap and easy.
Yeah, and the bottom line is the results. Like, who gives a shit if something's
Right.
natural or not? There's natural poison too. But yeah, like aspirin doesn't, like in the data, the body of research shows aspirin doesn't have much in the way of bad side effects,
No,
long-term
it's
side effects
miraculous.
related to it.
It's really miraculous, and
Yeah.
it's so cheap.
On the other hand, it has health benefits. They admit that even in mainstream science.
Yep. Yep, certainly. So yeah, I guess the short answer is it seemed like a basic thing, and I didn't know why it existed, why it hadn't existed yet. So I put the formulation together and added magnesium to it, and used a colloidal silver water base.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
and
fuck,
and that
it's not unheard of. Like for people in the DMSO elite, the people who really know about DMSO, they put something else on that they want to go deeper in their tissues, and then they put DMSO. They spray on magnesium,
Yep.
and then DMSO to help with a muscle injury or something. It's like an Epsom salt bath.
Hmm.
So it's like a fucking no brainer to put that shit
Right.
together and make sell. But like for some reason, no one did it. Pain Liberator, folks, it's really groundbreaking stuff. And you can get it at libertyandattack.com/painthane.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's I guess another thing via LA Publications is wellness items. That's one. Aura's Apothecary is my free wife. She has offerings that she takes to festivals like comfrey salves, thyme salves, um, thieves oil, all sorts of stuff that are available there on the LUA site too. Some of the stuff like the comfrey is grown here, and she does all the extractions and all that. Here at here at
Oh,
Veritas
that's cool.
on the homestead. And I'm trying to think. Well, there's one other avenue which Richard Reeser brought up, but yeah, this past a year ago we entered. LUA Pub Records became a real thing. We signed our first music client, our first record deal, and a couple of them are up now. Richard Dick Reeser, the Bitcoin Bugle. And we also offer privacy-focused publishing for books or for music now. So if you're a privacy-focused artist, you want to get your music on Spotify, and 25 other outfits, you want to get on YouTube, you want to receive royalties,
Oh, that's cool.
then I will pay you out once balances hit $50 US. Then yeah, you'll get paid out in Monero
Oh,
or
that's
Bitcoin.
really cool. Yeah.
So it's a way to utilize. It's just a proxy merchant service. Yeah, that's all. And I think that's all that we offer. I don't think there's any.
How did you pick what goods and services to offer?
I mean, it just kind of happened. That's it just kind of happened. As everything, like PAZNIA wasn't like this grand plan. It was a plan that came together between HBO star Jason Henza and me when he stopped by on one of his van nomad on entrepreneur routes. So yeah, none of this stuff has really been planned. It just kind of happened. But it's cool because my job now, I kind of joke about it, but like my quote unquote hustles are privacy tools, slinging privacy tools, and Mexican driver's licenses, which again, like I've talked about that publicly a little bit, but I'm not going to go too much into it. But like it's crazy that like those are like kind of the couple of the main side hustles, at least until the cartel fucked everything up this past month or two. Yeah, they kind of put a wrench in the gears. Yeah, a little bit.
And how do you go about finding contractors or people to do work for you on this stuff, or did you guys just like do everything yourself?
You mean like for?
I mean, I know you're not doing everything yourself, but like, how do you go? Because I know sometimes you work with other people, you get somebody to do this or that.
Like Jamin, for example. Like
yeah,
like Jamin. Well,
so how did you get in touch with them?
So Jamin was he'd been going to the Midwest Beer Celebrity Fest. That's where I met him up in Michigan. Hung out with him a couple of times there, but I've only hung out with him like a very short time in person. But he's like one of my best friends I talk to like very very regularly. But yeah, just that was through a festival. There's another guy that I promote his stuff, Gabriel Custodia from the Watchman Privacy podcast. Who I messaged you on Simplex. I just got confirmation during your live show. We can maybe tease it. That Gabriel will be on next Saturday. We'll be
right, July 5th. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So like him, for example, that was just another digital connection, and I promote. He offers an Escape the Technocracy course and some other ones. That are really valuable stuff. He's the real deal, so I promote stuff that is the real deal. It is affiliate stuff, but it's kind of the best way to do things. I found, and there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's not scammy, MLM shit. And it's not. It's just us trying to help each other out.
How do you manage money and legal interstices and shit? Because it kind of seems like Lua stands on the edge here of the first and second realm in some ways, as a proxy merchant, like you say. Mm-hmm. What's that all about? What are the challenges you face there?
Yeah, so I guess the challenge, I guess the main challenge, and it's kind of like it'd be a beautiful challenge, But obviously we don't. It's an agorist or ethical enclave, venture. So we don't collect extortions or anything like that. I'll just use that word. We don't collect it, and yeah, and that sort of thing. Um, but I guess the challenge, the beautiful challenge will be like, and I don't know, maybe we're getting to that point, but the point when book sales really increase, or where there's more fiat money, digital transactions happening. Um, when it hits a certain amount, which again, like I don't think that's I think the high end is like still pretty pretty low risk, but again, like it's just something that has to come into the equation. If you're doing doing ethical enclave trading. Um, but I guess I'm trying to think if there's any other challenges.
Well, do you have like agorist tips for people, like stuff you've learned, or is there anything that happened you didn't expect, or whatever?
Um, I guess thankfully not. Thankfully not yet. Nothing unexpected. No, I guess nothing really unexpected or challenging. I'm trying to move away. I've looked into, like, for publishing. There's for printing on demand. Like we don't have we don't keep we don't keep that much money on hand to order 1,000 books to get the cost down a lot. So we do print on demand, and there's only a couple avenues that offer that now. And one of the things, when we get time to switch over, we're going to switch over to a better, it's still a centralized service, but I've looked into buying a printing press. And it's a very big, expensive machine. It might be worth it, but I would like have to go into like full business. Like that'd have to be my like main focus, is just like printing goddamn books, and I don't know if that's not feasible right now. So yeah, I guess that's just the challenge.
Yeah, I
Is
doubt it.
trying to find the best first realm service that you can use that don't want like goddamn biometrics, like where the KYC is reasonable. Per se, for the proxy merchant service, and that's where the fee comes in. Like that's what proxy merchant fees are for, is being that interface. And there's got to be people that do that. And I've already kind of when I started OU Radio, I use my given name. Like I've kind of been above ground anyway, so that's kind of been my role. In the seditions version, sabotage sense, like the above ground, per se. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you've brought up PAZNIA a few times, but fucking tell people what the fuck that is and how the hell that happened.
Yeah, so PAZNIA is it's a parallel network, founded upon truth, peace, and voluntarism. So that's PAZNIA in a sense, but it's PAZ. It's an acronym. It's an acronym for permanent autonomous zones, which are pockets of freedom where we can exercise our autonomy. Because if you're in the first realm, you can't. You can't, or you go if you actually exercise your autonomy, you'll end up in a cage. So yeah, they don't really allow that sort of thing in the first realm. So that's what permanent autonomous zones are. And Paz is also peace in Spanish. We want peaceful places where that aren't dominated by violent coercers. That's the vision. That's the goal. And so yeah, decentralized parallel network. It's so PAZNIA. It's also, I call it the Free Republic. It's doubles as a model country. Something that Erwin Strauss, an OG libertarian, I guess New Country project before things like Liberland and things were actually reality. But yeah, PAZNIA is it's a free country. We have there's passports, there's IDs. We've got a flag, and it's a decentralized country. So Veritas PAZNIA is an hour and a half. That's our 22-acre homestead here. It's an hour and a half. We'll just say east of St. Louis. And there's PAZNIAs all over the world. There's apparently there's one in Germany. There's one or two in Mexico. There's they're all over the place.
Can we burn the PAZNIA flag?
You can do whatever the hell you want with it. Yeah, I mean, once you take possession of it, or once property rights are transferred, yeah, you can burn it. I don't give a shit what you do with it, because you'll have to buy another, right? So yeah, if you want to, burn it, buy another. Yeah, go for it. The Chinese flag makers will be very happy.
Perhaps some kind of burning oriented flag could be developed that's meant to be used for kindling or something to that effect.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah,
that could be a good product.
Certainly. Looks looks like Watchmen Privacy. Looks like Gabriel from Watchmen Privacy was in the YouTube chat. I haven't been looking at it very much, but yeah, good to see him tuning in.
Oh, Gabriel Custodia's listening?
Yep, he dropped in on. I don't know when he messaged.
Fuck you, Gabriel. That guy's my competition. Okay, we're privacy consultants. But thank you for coming on, agreeing to come on the show next week. But fuck you. So how has PAZNIA gone so far? Do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's been it's a vetted network. Based off security culture principles. So it's not like public. It's not like we don't do public gatherings. People have to be vetted. Um, yeah, they have to be vetted. So it's not they're not. So it's been slow. As it as is has been necessary and expected. But yeah, I don't know. I think yeah, and I guess I kind of say this every year, but things are very slowly coming together. There's connections being made. I mentioned that the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest for PAZNIA, the first, I call it like the first layer in the circle of trust. The initial 25 or 30 people that came out for or I guess our Rebirth of Freedom ceremony in 2020 here at the very first of what I call Vonu Fest. The initial 20 or 25 or 30 folks were mostly folks that I've been seeing every year for like 5 or 10 years, at the MPL Fest. So it was like that's such a rare so that's why when people are like, well, how does this happen? Like, what advice can you give? It's like, well, go to freedom festivals for like a decade and then meet people there and then start something cool. So like that's pretty much like what I go to places where there are like-minded folks and try to sift through the political crusaders and the bullshitters and find the real folks who are actually building or who are actually committed to building lives in the quote unquote second realm. Or whatever. Yeah.
What is it? What does it entail to be a PAZNIA, to make a PAZNIA, and how the fuck do people go about becoming a part of it?
So all it takes, it's a decentralized network based off again privacy. So like there can be PAZNIAs out there that we don't have to know that it exists. There's no like like this. We were the first one, but there's no central hub or coordination. Like a lot of it comes through me, obviously at this point. But people can have PAZNIAs.
Yeah,
and
they
not
don't
tell me
need
about
your
them.
permission.
Yeah,
You may not
exactly.
even trust each other.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. So like that. So all it takes is someone to basically declare their independence from whatever authoritarian jurisdiction they find themselves in, and they start their own PAZNIA, and then from that point they can make the decisions as to like how much involvement there is, like if they're just going to hop in digital chats here and there, or if they want to have we haven't had this yet, but like if Homestead wants to set up a satellite Vonu Fest event at one of their locations and bring the second realm to them, bring the Agora to them. Then they can do that. So
Yeah,
it's
and
as
each
much or as little
PAZNIA has
involvement as they want.
its own vetting, its own
Yep.
standards for privacy. You can be like Veritas PAZNIA, where it's fucking easy as hell to find out where it is, and the SWAT raid is incoming at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. Or you can be a PAZNIA that Shane doesn't even know about, and so he can't say, "Oh yeah, there's a PAZNIA in fucking Angora," or because he doesn't even know about it.
Right.
There's a full spectrum here, folks.
Yeah, and there's even more too. So on the we've only got a vetted map and directory now, but other I guess other areas of interest. Excuse me, in the PAZNIA network are like van nomad squat spots. There's a city in Ohio where if you're traveling through, you can park in a a private apartment parking lot for a night or two. You can pay. You can again proxy merchant services. You can pay the individual to go grocery shopping for you. If I'm sure if you need like mail delivered somewhere, mail delivered there, he'd probably act as proxy merchant for that. Proxy merchant services in general.
That's cool.
And eventually, hopefully, again, the thing gets built out. We get a public one, which is another project that's on the way, a public map and directory. But things like guerrilla gardening plots, like if people are traveling through, like that, they could find free food on roadside gardens or something, if they're traveling through. But basically anything, it's anything that can help a self liberator, be independent from the first realm and not have to utilize their services. And just not exist in their eyes, and that's kind of the vision, is rebuilding society, essentially upon all aspects of society upon this framework of truth, peace, and voluntarism. So yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
transportation, communications, finances, security, everything. Like it's all all the necessary stuff. We'll do it better ourselves because the first realm, they fucked it up. Insurance, like yeah, there's obviously a lot of things. State insurance corporation, they fucked it up. We've got to redo it, and not basically
Yeah.
start from scratch, but just do it the right way this time. And
Well,
and
folks,
utilizing
it's about
decentralization and
time
such.
for call-ins.
Ooh, yeah.
So if you want, you can call in and talk to us live on PAZNIA.com slash. Wait, fuck, am I saying the right thing? Call? Yeah, PAZNIA.com slash call. Is that right?
Correct.
Did I
Yep.
get that right? Okay. PAZNIA.com slash call. To talk to us live now, Rayo2 and I. Fucking do it now. Call in now. But anyway, we can keep talking in the meantime. Let me ask you this. What do you think is needed most right now? What are the next steps?
So I guess something it's been brought up a couple times. One by Kai Ridden in one of our phone calls, I guess over a year ago. But really, I think one of the most pressing services that's needed in the second realm and added to like the map and directory is like I guess mailing addresses. I guess yeah, there's email remailing services back in the 90s. We need like two or three in the U.S. where people can use as like their their permanent mailing address per se for legal interstices like government documents or bank documents or things like that, where you have to
You need
have
a
one in the
residential
PO box.
address for a lot of that stuff. It's got
Right.
to be like in a house
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
something.
So we need like I guess that's something that's come up a lot, and I understand it's challenging. But yeah,
Oh, well, it's been done before.
yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. So it is yeah, I guess the first one makes it challenging, and I guess it's just we need people to step up and do it, essentially. And there's I guess that'd be the first thing that comes to mind. And then beyond that, I guess the Department of Transportation and the Department of Communications. I started mentioning earlier that so like the MPL Fest, we might not go this year because we went to another festival called Midfest. In Oklahoma, a whole new set of people that we'd never met before. It's a good networking opportunity, and I met a guy who he does a lot of he has pretty much a pretty regular route from we'll just say out east to the central U.S. And there's a pretty good mesh network coverage so far, in certain areas. And he pointed out to me, and it like made perfect sense. He was like what like I want to start handling. I want to help you out with the Department of Transportation stuff, but it also overlaps with the communications. And I was like, holy shit, it does. Like if we're setting up mesh networks, and like I mean that's gonna people that benefit regularly from a mesh network if they have regular trade routes like in vans, which a lot of nomads do.
It can be along the trade routes.
Along the trade routes, and then it's not like a major project that's like outside the way. It's not like something like that I would do like where I'd have to start from scratch and like try to figure this shit out. They'd already have something established.
Yeah, I've been thinking that for some time. Actually, that mesh networks could focus on roads and kind of branch out from there, because like a lot of other things do, like they sort of pop up near the highways and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, because it's all about travel. Who's passing through? You can stay connected as you're passing through, or even just pick up some messages as you pass through, and then whenever you're disconnected, but at least you got some stuff and you sent some stuff as you pass through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the residential addresses and things like that, or like ghost addresses, as JJ Luna would call them, are definitely closely linked with the Department of Transportation stuff.
Yes.
Because they're receiving stuff, and then they can do whatever you want with it after that. Send it somewhere, whatever. And yeah, I think as I've seen someone else say, I think that the answer is maybe onion routing for packages. I read a paper some years back called what was it called? Odin Protocol? I don't know. Came out of some university, but it's really, when you think about it, it's kind of a dumbly obvious idea. But onion routing works for digital stuff. It can work for physical stuff the same fucking way, where you just have it's encrypted. Where it goes next is encrypted, it needs to, you send it to, let's say you make a circuit, like a Tor circuit of 3 places. You send it to the first one, something's encrypted for them, they decrypt it, and they figure out where to send it next. And then those guys decrypt their message, figure out where to send it next, and so on. No one will know where packages are coming from or where they're going that way. Be pretty hard to figure it out.
Yeah, certainly. So I guess associated with the Department of Transportation, I've thought about. I was in talks with a colleague. There was a what was it called? Not Waze, but there was a different GPS that was built by an anarchist. I can't remember what the name of it was. Well, it was acquired by a different person, and I was like, well, shit. Like, if it's open source and they've already got like it's already like a GPS navigation app, like we can just like modify it to do like packages. But that nothing really pan out with that, I don't think. But someone else brought up the idea, like like the mainstream fleet apps. Like there's just an underlying software, it's like to fleet apps, like, oh, here's a job, here's the pay, here's where it goes, accept, decline, and then the communication protocols in the back end and all that stuff. A lot of that's like the software's already there. So like I want to have like a public, and this would be great for just the PAZNIA network in general. Like you could have a completely white market Department of Transportation app, like for the PAZNIA network, where like people are like shipping pickles. Like there's nothing listed about shipping fucking pickles. So like you could have any Joe, Joe, Jill, or John. Like it doesn't matter who the hell is delivering the pickles. It's not anything sensitive. And it'd be good for building the network. It'd be good for getting people, because one of the things that once I get the public map and directory up for the PAZNIA network, and people can start building trade routes, like this is a way out of the first realm. The hardest first step out of the first realm is usually financial. Usually comes down to like a first realm employment. People are supporting themselves or their family. They can't quit their job, and it's hard. So if we can get people a route, like like a lot of van nomads already do, or a lot of Venuans already do, just like, hey, just build a trade route around PAZNIAs, and benefits everybody. Benefits everybody.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Now, remember, folks, you can call in right now if you want to talk to us live on the show at PAZNIA.com/call, and you can embarrass us, embarrass yourself, and have it immortalized for all eternity. Go to PAZNIA.com/call.
Hey, speaking of Phoenix earlier, Phoenix of Liberty is in the chat. Welcome, Phoenix.
Phoenix of Liberty. What fucking chat are these people in?
This is you. This is Fascist Tube.
Okay. I'm not even looking at that.
It's going to confuse you, though, because the way that he spells his username on this one is the for Phoenix. But this is the other. Never mind. We're not going to fucking go there again. Welcome,
wait, so this is Phoenix Aurora?
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
That's Phoenix.
You do know there's a fucking agorist called Phoenix Aurelius, right? Did you name yourself this after that guy, or did not after him, but like in terms of time? Did you pick it after that guy was around, or were you around first and then that guy
I think it was after.
God damn it, Phoenix Aurora. What are you doing? It's okay. We're going to make you bigger than Phoenix Aurelius. That's not a super high bar. We could do that.
Well, I mean, Phoenix has gotten like he's been on Crow 777, so like he's very well known. But a lot of like he just spends his time, I think, with few people, just doing all this spagyric gardening and extraction stuff. People haven't checked out the Vonu podcast interview with Phoenix Aurelius. The video interview. Just go. You don't even go listen to it or whatever. Just go check out like the background of all the equipment. And the dude's got like swords. He's a blacksmith too, so he like makes his own fucking swords and shit. It's like.
That's
he's
cool.
Wild. And he wears a I guess like one of the monk robes, wool. It's like the dude's like he's cool. Anyway, that's a tangent.
He's cool because he makes swords.
He makes it,
and dresses like
the
a
swords.
monk.
No, just look at the swords in the background and all the fuck. Like he can do a lot of. He can do anything. Yeah, he's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, maybe as insurrectionary agorism marches on. We'll have to revisit, it probably doesn't make sense for insurgents to carry swords, but we could compromise, like somewhere between a sword and a knife, like a shoto, kind of the size of like a Roman gladius.
Well, you were talking about drone
A
warfare.
Tonto.
The past couple times. I mean, you could make blades. Like you could blacksmith blades that could be launched out of drones. I don't know about the physics and the trajectories. Like that's complicated, but it may have. It's not saying it's completely out of the question. For merging kind of the analog and the digital, speaking
Hmm.
technologically. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to keep that one on the drawing. But is this something like did someone have an argument for that making sense, or is this just a cool
No,
idea?
it just
Oh,
came to
okay.
mind. No, it's probably not reasonable.
Well, there's something to be said. I mean, we already have like crossbows, right, and arrows. That's kind of the standard way to launch a sharp thing with
Yeah.
just not a gun. And there's something to be said for that. You can reuse the ammo. It's quieter. Um, yeah, I don't know. Anti-drone stuff is moving pretty fast, and no one fully knows what to do yet. But we'll be working on it. Shotguns, maybe. I don't know. Bird, yeah, like shooting a bird, right? You want a shotgun because they move around.
Well, I guess this. Well, not even thinking about defense. Maybe it could just be a hunting application where you just like take like a little small drone. It's like basically carries like a shotgun bird shell, and it just like flies up above a tree of squirrels, and just like poof, there's your dinner. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. And maybe we have like special shotgun pellets that turn into some sort of muck that
Mm.
clogs up the blades, the quadcopter blades of the drones. So then
Oh,
they
that too.
drop from the
The
sky.
anti. Yeah, and speaking in
I don't know.
anti drone sense. Yeah, yeah. A lot of nonsense, but I'm enjoying it.
So let's talk. Speaking of nonsense, your Vonu podcast got into some weird shit in the last few years. We got a lot of cool fringe stuff, fringe health stuff, fringe science stuff, free energy.
Hmm.
Talk to us about all that crap.
Yeah. So, like I said with PAZNIA, we're rebuilding all institutions, necessary human institutions, or I guess returning back to sanity, and a couple of those things that have not been grounded in sanity or empowerment or decentralization or things are health and energy. So yeah, in terms of some of these things overlap too, the health and the energy stuff. But yeah, it's basically acknowledging that the entire 20th century has basically been a major scam, in the sense that cures to quote unquote cancer, um, and like these other copyrighted so-called diseases. Um, like the 20th century didn't have to happen the way that it did. Didn't have to have the wars for oil, the petrodollar. Didn't have to have millions upon millions and millions of people. Like everyone knows someone who's died from quote unquote cancer, and it's not usually that they died from the cancer. They usually die from the chemotherapy, the treatment, the iatrogenic death part of it. Yeah, I guess in terms of like the fringe health stuff, looking into like monoatomics and Brown's gas, looking into electroculture, a lot of gardening stuff, high quality animal nutrition, yeah, all sorts of stuff. But I guess returning to sanity, into balance when it comes to the areas of health, and then in terms of breakthrough energy, the the biggest, I guess the I guess the one of the biggest control factors now is energy. It's a huge stranglehold, especially in the summer. Like with the surge pricing. Anywhere you go, the costs. I just saw a personal example. I'm not going to go into details, but I just saw an example of in Southern Illinois. I experienced it when I lived in Austin for a short time. The surge pricing for electric prices. When it's like 120 degrees in Texas or like 100 degrees here. Um, they binge, and there's no negotiating. They just set their rates, and you just have to bend over and take it. And then you have to deal with all, like the third world power stuff where like that's I don't like some cities have like rolling blackouts. I don't think that happens here, but there are like I don't
Give
know
it time.
once or twice or a few times. I don't know. It's kind of there's not like a definite pattern to it, but it could happen twice a week or it could happen twice a month or once a month. But like the power just flickers off. I don't know like what the hell they're doing. Um, but yeah, so like the idea is having solutions around that. I mean, having having available solutions and contacts who are building in that area. And I'll mention just in passing here, Sky Huddleston, I guess I wouldn't say a friend to me yet, but he's a colleague. I've interviewed him on the Vonu podcast a number of times. He's a young, I guess he's in his early 30s, highly fucking autistic, but highly intelligent too. But he is the entrepreneur behind the Liberator rocket heater, which is more efficient than SpaceX, than whatever SpaceX offers. He was very happy to talk about that after the recent testing. But the Liberator rocket heater is a super efficient rocket heater, rocket stove for someone who's trying to have like an off-grid homestead. That's available today. It's been available. You can have this like super high high efficiency heater in your house. To heat and to cook on and all that good stuff. But one of the that's his entrepreneurial venture that he's using to fund his breakthrough energy sort of stuff. And one of those things is a Tesla turbine for that Liberated rocket heater, to where you could power your house off that same 99.5% efficient rocket heater stove. And that's just one avenue. I talked to George Wiseman about some of these things. He's the inventor of the AquaCure. I talked to Matt Presti, who he was the former president of the I can't remember, the Walter Russell, I guess Walter Russell Foundation or whatever it's called. I can't believe I'm slipping on the name of it. But Walter Russell was one of those. He was an artist that had basically went to a 40-day channel state. This gets into some of that weird fringe science stuff like astral travel and downloads, things like that. Well, this artist went into like a 40-day channel state. And basically predicted the founding of elements that had not been discovered yet, and put together a more honest, I think, foundation, reliable foundation of cosmology and science. And the pictures behind me right now are his art. And then there's one over here. I'm not going to mess with the camera, but there's one over here where it's more kind of like the periodic table of elements. But anyway, Walter Russell also built a free energy device back in the late 1940s that powered a 52-room university. And then he donated it to the U.S. government because he realized how much it could solve if it was implemented nationwide. Like, it would solve all the societal ills. Unfortunately, he was smart, but he was naive, and obviously the invention never saw the light of day. But Matt Presti came on the podcast and talked about what the science behind it, and I couldn't explain it to you, but you'll have to go to VonuPodcast.com and type in Matt Presti to find it. So yeah, it's basically finding these because there's so much bullshit like in any of these realms that you have to find the actual people building the stuff that aren't just scamming you. And these are real life connections that were made in the exact same way as every other one that I've talked about. Like Sky Huddleston, our buddy John Gear, and this is all public. This is nothing. I'm not doxing anybody, but one of our executive stakeholders, John Gear, worked for Sky on a lot of these on Liberator rocket heater stuff, but also on some of these breakthrough energy projects. So this stuff's happening. It's just unfortunately like it's. You get these highly intelligent individuals, and they aren't, they aren't businessmen. I'm not a businessman myself either, a marketer, but I'm further along in that direction than a Sky or a Jamin, for example. So and they're also usually juggling like 35 other things, and hopefully Sky's business takes off even further, and he can really take some time to dedicate to these things that are really, really important right now. They've always been important, but yeah, with a lot of the war stuff you're talking about, there's going to be some infrastructure issues, and we.
Oh yeah, I'll touch. That's very true. So I mean, here's the thing, and some people don't see eye to eye with me on this, but I think that that basically, let's say North America at least will be hit by nukes in World War III in like the next, I don't know, 5 years or something. And that before those nukes, like at the first wave has to be EMPs. And now, even if no one ever on purpose hits the continent with EMPs, a solar flare could hit the planet the wrong way. The same thing would happen. It doesn't really matter, but the grid is not hardened at all for that. And there's a lot of speculation about exactly what EMPs would do. Would they actually break everything, or the chances are they're just going to break some things. But something that they're going to break for sure, and everyone knows this, is transformers. And transformers are those fucking things you see in buckets on telephone poles all over the place, and they step the voltage down from what it is on the big power line to the little wires that go into your house or your fucking office building or whatever, or your factory, right? Or farm. And if the transformers are all blown at the same time, you're kind of fucked. And it means that food won't be made and won't be brought to you anymore. And according to some estimates, we could go from basically feeding 200% of the population, because we throw out half the food that we make, to feeding like 10%. That's what some people think. And so, like, you need a fallout shelter and stuff to deal with fallout and all that. And yeah, whatever, it's radiation sickness. Nukes aren't really the doomsday devices everyone thinks they are. But what is pretty bad is if there's only enough food to feed 10%. Yeah. It's not going to take very long because there's this thing called the prisoner's dilemma, folks, that whoever realizes first that, oh, I need to betray the other person and attack them, wins. The one who acts first wins. And the people who are most
advantage.
Yeah, or just the being already a violent thug to begin with advantage. Those are the people who are going to act first and fast and be like, it's time to get me some resources, and they're going to start looting. And I mean, fuck, it doesn't take much to get people to loot. They're doing it right now. But and people are going to catch on real fast. And everyone should read. I don't know how to fucking help you find it exactly, but there was some guy who made a post on a prepper forum many years ago, and it's pretty famous. He was in, I want to say, Bosnia, in some suburban neighborhood in Bosnia, during, I guess it was when fucking Yugoslavia was going to shit or something. I don't know. All the Baltic wars just kind of blur together in my mind. But this was just in the 90s. It was not long ago. And they experienced that like the food wasn't coming. And it wasn't even like war was not hitting them directly. It's just that no one could come in or go out. And everything went to shit right away, real fast. And he talks in detail about exactly what it was like. So that's very educational. But yeah, you're gonna need energy and health and no hospitals, among other things, like hiding, for example. This is why I put so much emphasis on hiding. It's easy to protect yourself from radiation, 3 feet of dirt, 1 foot of concrete with positive air pressure, whatever. But you need to protect yourself from people. They can't know that you're there with a bunch of food. You're fucked. A lot of preppers are fucked. They're just keeping it warm for someone else. So that's why hiding stuff is so important.
Oh, yeah. No, I 100% agree. 100% agree.
If anyone wants to call in at the last minute, it's PAZNIA.com/call.
Yeah. We can go into a little bit of overdrive if we need to.
We should go into a little bit of overdrive, because you said a few things that I think have earned a little more than a little glimpse there. You glossed over a few things that I feel like people don't talk about enough. One of them is, well, first of all, we talk about the dynamic between the intelligent autistic person and the person who's sort of social or market oriented or business like. And that's important. It's important for those people to connect together. Also, something that you accidentally touched on was another extreme, which is someone who's intuitive. And like, so for example, if all your insights come from a fucking 40-day trance state, or you're channeling your higher self, or you're dropping acid or something, or smoking DMT, guess what? That doesn't mean you're a wise person. It just means you got something good. You might not know what to do with it. You might be like a kid with a toy, don't know what to do. And that's exactly what happened there with Walter Russell. He just fucking gave it to the U.S. government.
Yep.
That's a classic, and that's another thing people need to watch out for, because there's like a lot of spiritual people in our circles, and problem with spiritual people is they can be kind of fucking dumb. Like when all your fucking insights come from airy fairy shit, doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that you might lack context for some of those insights you have because they came from the ether.
Yeah.
But there is so one thing I want to talk about a little that you just glossed over: monoatomics. Have you ever given that a spotlight at all on like the Vonu podcast?
So I think John talked about it once because he used to have this vision of buying a sailboat. I think that's returning to his vision, but buying a sailboat and then basically the entrepreneurial venture would be harvesting monoatomics from the ocean, the salt water, which he could also harvest for energy too. I don't know if we've gone. I guess if I ever get to interview Dr. Berlander or somebody, that'd be the person I'd ask to go more in depth.
Well, for now, tell
But
people what monoatomics are, because I mean, like my take on it is like I kind of don't know what to think. Like, is this snake oil, or is it fucking something really interesting and miraculous that needs to be looked into further? And that's it's a sexy topic.
No, I guess so monoatomics are the other name for them is ORMUS, orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements, and they're like monoatomic gold or monoatomic silver, basically. And the way that I'll put it for some folks who might be in like homeopathics or something, it's like if they was it titrating down like mercury down to where there's no actual metal in it, where it's just like the spirit of the like the spirit of the mercury, but you're not getting the actual toxic effects of it. It's a very fine line. There's a guy interviewed. Actually, no, there is a guy interviewed, and not for the health part necessarily, but well, I guess he has drank the monoatomics he's made, but his name's Bernie. He goes by the name Bernie, the crypto alchemist. I guess there's an interview with him on there where you can see his monoatomic setup and kind of what he does. So that'd be one avenue that people could directly go down. But I've heard John's done a lot of experimentation. He's been building with insights from other breakthrough energy folks. He's been building a monoatomics harvesting system. Using like 5-gallon buckets, water rock. I guess river rock is what it's called, cleaned water rock. Magnets facing a certain direction, and something else. There's other
have we
mm-hmm.
Have we done anything to spread the information on how you make ORMUS? Because it's not that hard, and the parts are really cheap.
Yeah, so that's what I was getting to, is that this past Vonu Fest, John made an ORMUS harvesting setup for Veritas PAZNIA here. And it's not like, I mean, it might cost like $50 or less. Like there's not much that goes into it. And I mentioned to him, and I'll mention to him again whenever he comes, that like we need to have like a tutorial, like a step by step, like how to do this, and to where people can just for $50 or $100 replicate it. And you got to leave the water on like cracked like all night long, so it works better if you're on like a well or something, where you're not paying for water. But you got to leave it on cracked. It's not a whole bunch of water, but it's got to keep going. It's got to keep flowing. I guess it's got to keep. The process has to happen. But then, what you're left with is, monoatomics. There's not really a way to measure it. That's where your skepticism is valid. It's like measuring instruments for like measuring the potency of monoatomics.
Well,
it's kind of
that it's there is one thing, but results are something you don't know.
You don't know the potency necessarily from like scientific results, but from John's experiments, he's been using it on like wounds.
Well, you know how much input water went in, and then how much ORMUS water came out, so that gives you some hint about what the concentration might be.
Yeah. So I know he's used it to increase wound healing. He's seen. I mean, he's preached the effects of it a couple of times when he's been here. I guess
there are some wild stories about what it's supposedly done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and there are some pretty brazen claims made about it, which I think are at least worth looking into further. Like some claim that it's actually a superconductor at room temperature, but that conveniently it stops being one if you run much current through it, like because the atoms reagglomerate into whatever, more than one atom particles. But somebody claims that they proved it by running a really low current through it. So I wonder if that experiment could be reproduced. And then it raises all these questions because, like, health is one thing, healing and all that crap is one thing. But if it's a superconductor at room temperature that you can't really run much current through it, it could have other applications that are scientific that could be really fucking out there if it's true at all.
Yeah, and I guess, and this is, we don't have, we definitely don't have the time to get into this now, but I'll drop a bone for the listeners.
Yeah.
But this gets into, like, if you get into things like the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail, back in those days, monoatomic gold seems to be a critical element to that. But I guess that, I'll just leave it there because we'd be here for another 2 hours, and yeah, we can't do that.
Yeah, now I'm struggling to remember what else I wanted to ask you about that you touched on briefly. I guess one thing I wanted to talk a little bit more about, if we don't need to stay for much longer, but the stuff that Sky is doing with the, I mean, look, when it comes to rocket mass heaters, anyone who looks deeply into heating should be able to find out that rocket mass heaters are the most efficient way to do it. But the stuff that Sky is looking into, out of all the, because there are a lot of free energy, and let's figure out a way to tap into 0 point energy or use hydrogen or whatever. Out of all the, and there are a few things there that are promising. It's not all just bullshit. Like, it really is worth researching. Because definitely there is a big interest in covering this stuff up, and like it's not just and also just people don't imagine it's true because they've been brainwashed into thinking it's not possible. But probably out of all the emerging like fringe energy technologies, the biggest one is what Sky is working on. If you want to assassinate someone working on a free energy project, it's definitely Sky Huddleston. Because that fucking Tesla turbine and Bork engine shit,
the Bork engine,
like that's, people should be watching that stuff very closely. Because like we know these people, and they're actually doing this, and it could be a big fucking deal. Tell them a little bit about how that might work if they get it working.
Yeah, so and Scott talked about this on the podcast interviews, and there was maybe a second or third interview. I don't remember how many I've done with him, but one of them was on the Bork engine specifically. But basically, the Bork engine, again, listen to him explain it. But the way that I interpret it is that it puts basically any fuel you put into it into a supercritical state. And it takes 5 minutes to put together and take apart. So easy an idiot like me could do it, even though I'm not a mechanic. And again, it takes like 5 minutes to take the entire thing apart, put it back together. Very simple, very easy. There was an iteration of it back in the 1920s or 1930s, but Sky's improved upon it apparently pretty significantly. And I'm not sure how close he is to this commercial part, but when he was on maybe a year ago or so, he was talking about the first step. He's not trying to rock the boat like by trying to compete with the automotive manufacturers. He's first approaching the like small engine, like your mowers or small engine sort of applications. But he went further than that. And I won't remember the actual. I don't remember the numbers, but basically, if you have a parking lot of these things, is the way that he explained it. This would basically put the prospects for like a small nuclear power plant in the hands of, not nation states essentially. And he ran through some medical applications too that I don't recall, but there's to the point
and
where
more or less
to
it's
the
by
point
burning anything that can be burned.
yeah, like wood, like wood, like wood. What are they called? Charcoal slurries, like literally anything that can be burnt. Anything that's
Could be plastic. It could be garbage.
Yep, anything. Yep. And I guess the other part of it too, and this is what's so crazy, like it's so perfect for van nomads, but he was like and I'm paraphrasing, but the paradigm shift is big to the point where like you could put one of these Bork engines into your car, and you aren't talking about like plugging your, like today the thing is like plugging your Tesla car into the house so it can charge. No. In the Bork engine days that are hopefully coming, you would plug your house into your car to power your house. Would be like and then you take your power with you when you leave. Like it's so the liberation potentials. Yeah, you're right. He needs to be protected at all costs. He needs to have like a security detail. I'm gonna be on
What
that.
what he needs to do is hopefully share his findings with, if they don't want to go far and wide, that's fine, but he needs to share it with a few people, at least who are around him, and like maybe he needs to fucking share it with us. How about that? We'll keep it safe.
Yeah.
So then, if he dies, whatever, and just share it. Brilliant mind loss and all that, but he should share what he's doing.
Yeah.
And hopefully they come out with that shit pretty soon. So I guess we've gone long enough at this point. This has been an all right show. So what do you want to plug? If people want to follow you, the guy who fucking runs this radio network, what do they do, or what do you want to plug?
My newfound role of Mr. Producer, which I never thought. The roles have come full circle. So I used to have it, Mr. Producer. Now I am Mr. Producer. But no, I mean just PAZNIA.com/radio. Everything else, I mean, there's gonna be a Bitcoin Bugle ad segment coming up, or a Bitcoin Bugle ad segment, and also like publication stuff scattered throughout. So no, there's nothing. Just keep listening. That's the best plug I can do, is keep listening to this self-liberation, self-defense, Saturday transmission, which will continue onward until probably about 8 or 9 p.m. Not exactly sure, but we'll see.
Yeah, and of course, listeners may recall that I'm a privacy consultant for many years, and that you can, if you need fucking privacy consulting or something along those lines, whether it's for something big or small, serious or stupid and imaginary, you can contact me on SimpleX or Session or something. Get in touch with us in the show notes. Not my competition, Gabriel Custodiate, who's going to be on the show next week. And yeah, please join us next week, Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, for fucking Cloak and Dagger, where we're going to have Gabriel Custodiate and I guess talk about decentralized markets and I don't know, something else, like fucking dressing like a gray man or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But Self-Liberation Saturday is going to keep going for another 4 or 5 hours to like 8 or 9 p.m. Central. So don't go anywhere. And if that's all, Shane, then we can close the fucking show. Everyone, stay frosty out there. And whatever. See you next time.
All right. One moment here to transition, folks. Okay, I think we are off, Jitsi. We are still online, and welcome to this Celebration Saturday transmission here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. I hope you've already been here, been present for Cloak and Dagger, but regardless, I'm glad you're here. The website for all things PAZNIA Radio Network is PAZNIA.com/radio. There you can find our full schedule, ways to stream the second realm, ways to support the expansion of the network with Bitcoin, Monero, fiat, or by buying one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, and more. Again, that's PAZNIA.com/radio. And while you're on the website, click on the Services Marketplaces tab near the top. That'll take you to the various offerings available, such as connecting to the PAZNIA Dojo for Samurai or Astrogaru Bitcoin wallets. You probably heard of. Hopefully you're around when Thane was talking about that Samurai Whirlpool, or Whirlpool is back. The Astrogaru Whirlpool is back, and you all need to connect to a dojo. You can connect to the PAZNIA Dojo. Again, PAZNIA.com, and just click on the Services Marketplaces tab near the top. You can also connect to our SimpleX relay to add another layer of redundancy. You can check out PAZNIA list, the Craigslist of the Second Realm, and more. Now, before I turn you over to the rest of this transmission, we recently released the newest Ghost phone via liberating type publications. These Ghost phones are Pixel 7s, and I have to tell you, switching over from the 3.8 was easy, much easier than I thought it would be. And there are other major benefits, such as the essentially 2-day battery life and local AI, to name a couple. Mine has Calyx OS on it, but we offer graphene too. Just visit libertarianattack.com/ghostphone, or I guess go give Thane some commissions. Go to libertarianattack.com/Thane, and he will get a little cut. Place your order today. I guess at that link you'll find that privacy tools tab. That link you'll find our full listings of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other offerings. But again, there's a lot of stuff that's not listed. Just email me, Shane at libertarianattack.com, and we can make it happen. And since writing that Ghost Phone plug today when I was, I guess, finalizing this show, I found the only couple downsides to the upgrade. I think starting with the Pixel 7, Google removed the 32-bit OS, meaning some apps like Cash App, I found, simply don't work until the companies catch up with the times. That's the only one I found that issue with, though. Every other app's been fine. Second and finally, there's only a couple issues. I'm having a devil of a time getting organic maps GPS to work, or anything requiring location services. I guess it's safer if the location services don't work, but I guess it's a little inconvenient. The couple times I've tried to use it, but there are other applications. Going back to I use MapQuest actually. It works fine. You don't necessarily need turn by turn GPS. MapQuest still works. Going back to 2000, back when I used it the first time, but or I guess it would have been probably 2002. But anyway, those are so minuscule, at least for me. It's been great, and again, the battery life is huge. The 3A 2 or 3 years in was just not cutting it. I love it. So yeah, liberating.com/ghostphone. Pick up yours today. All right, let's get on with it. We'll begin with a Bitcoin bugle break. Then you'll hear Vonu podcast number 233, wherein Thane Riddle was a guest. So I guess the roles swapped, per se. Then you'll catch the Restoration Trilogy, a really great 3-part short story authored by Kai Reardon. Thane and I talked a little bit, or I guess in my background, I talked a little bit about some working with some constitutionalist patriots. This incorporates kind of that angle, the agorist, anarchist angle, and it's a really, really interesting narrative and story, something to consider. And again, entertaining. I think you'll enjoy it. And then we'll close out with some audiobook teasers. I've been pulling chapters from Second Round Anthology. Again, amazing short stories, fiction, but very powerful stuff. I'm sure you'll enjoy and find them of value. Finally, the next transmission will be next Saturday, beginning at the normal 3 p.m. Central, with Cloak and Dagger. Again, as we just found out, Will he was mid-show with Gabriel Custodiet from Watchman Privacy Podcast. I'm not sure what the topics will be, but I love Gabriel, I love Thane, and they're two of the best ones out there on the privacy and security game. So you guys are in for a treat for sure. All right, thanks so much for being here. Cheers from the Veritas node of the Second Realm. Bear with me for just a few seconds here while I get it switched over. Until next time.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe food. When I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some Fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I am calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
The school year is just getting started, but it's not too early to start thinking about ways to keep your kids busy next summer. You don't want your child to miss our Cypherpunk summer camp. We are now enrolling all kids ages 7 through 16. Cypherpunk Summer Camp teaches students how to build their own seed signer, broadcast a transaction using ham radio, run a lightning node, use coin joins, set up a Sparrow wallet, and much more. At Cypherpunk Summer Camp, kids don't just learn how to transact adversarially, we also cover homesteading, rolling your own open source cigarettes, and even martial arts. Hear what parents have to say about Cypherpunk Summer Camp.
My name is Jeff from Naples, Florida. I send my son to Cypherpunk Summer Camp because, as a macro podcaster, I'm not a technical expert, but I want my son to learn the skills necessary to defeat the feds.
Space is limited, so don't wait. Enroll your child in Cypherpunk Summer Camp today.
Timmy Tether here. Are you ready to unleash your thermodynamically sound style? Then check out the Bugle's 40 Hours Per Week collection, available exclusively at Orange Label. By wearing 40 Hours Per Week tees, you're making a statement. You're letting people know that you don't have time to waste. Made from premium cotton that feels as good as withdrawing your Bitcoin from exchanges directly into cold storage, these shirts come in various styles for both Bitcoin podcasters and Bitcoin podcast listeners. Whether you're listening to your favorite Bitcoin podcast at the gym, meet up, or just want to start conversations about the future of money, these shirts speak your language. Available in sizes extra small to 2XL and priced at just 0.00012 Bitcoin. Or if you prefer fiat, we accept that too. Head on over to orangelabel.co and look for the 40HPW tag for the latest threads from the Bugle.
You can't run and hide forever. The state is a reckless, unhinged firestorm of death and bondage that can only run amok, killing and eating everything it can without care for the well-being of anything, not even itself. And even when it kills itself, you still won't catch a break, because it will come back. That's because the state is not any one government. It isn't even all of them. It's something else. It's a zombie mind virus, and it has been virulent enough to go on for 10,000 years. You know that the state cannot be talked down. You know that there is nothing you can offer it to get it to leave you alone. Because it wants everything. It won't stop until you're dead and then some. So you run. And you hide. And you quietly eke out your little bit of the agora somewhere in the darkness. But are you truly happy to live like a rat, scurrying around, scrounging for scraps and hiding in holes, while your loved ones die without good health care, countless children die of hunger, the world hurtles toward nuclear war, and science and technology are held back by 100 years? You can't run and hide forever. You cannot easily hide or shuffle around something like a hospital, a car factory, or even a small farm. The agora will never wholly overtake the state. You and your offspring will never taste the greatness that is mankind's birthright through running and hiding alone. You must fight. But if you don't want to fight, I bet you'd shell out some good bread to have somebody else fight for you, boss. That's where insurrectionary agorism comes in. It's the same agorism you know and love, but tweaked a little bit to make it better, faster, sleeker, and sexier. And, you know, more likely to end the state sometime this century. Read on to get the lowdown on this sexy new craze sweeping the star system. That was a sneak peek of Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. You can read the whole thing, and a whole lot of other cool shit too, in Vonu Life 2025, which should hopefully be out later this year, maybe around fall. My name is Thane Riddle. I'm the one who wrote Insurrectionary Agorism, or rather I'm the one who is scrambling to write it before the deadline, which is July 1st, by the way, for those of you who've forgotten to start writing their Vonu Life submissions. However, while it's true I'm writing a manifesto, I am no mere philosopher. Much like the Unabomber, I'm the kind of nigga that likes to get shit done alongside his manifesto. Most folks who know me think of me as a privacy consultant, or even an all-around security expert, and that's true. I've been an operational security consultant for many years, and I'm also writing something about that for Vonu Life, which will be called Hiding Stuff. However, what I mostly want to tell you about today is the new weekly live show I'm going to have on the PAZNIA radio network. It's going to be called Cloak Dagger, and it'll be all about giving you grounded tips for privacy and security that will help you in your everyday life. And much like insurrectionary agorism, we'll also talk about what can be done today to build up the so-called second realm, and yes, maybe even take down the state once and for all. Lord knows I could autistically talk your ear off for 2 hours or more, like the great Kyle Reardon. But that's not what this show's going to be like. It will be fast, sleek, and sexy. It'll be broken up into sundry bits. We're going to have a short news bit, but we won't talk about all that gay shit other folks do, only quickly touch on things that could hit your privacy or security in some way. You know, something you might want to do something about. We're also going to have interviews, super chats, and even live call-ins. I'll also fuck around as much as I can get away with, maybe throw in a few skits, prank calls, and I might even troll somebody. Maybe even you, dear listener. Come along with us as we fumble around and fuck everything up trying to work out how to run our new live show. Tune in to the PAZNIA radio network on Saturdays starting May 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find the PAZNIA radio network on Library and elsewhere. Check the show notes for links.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
And welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Thane Riddle, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. To learn more about this burgeoning parallel network or to become a stakeholder, just visit PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com. And on that note, while you're visiting, also consider perusing to PAZNIA.com/radio, the home of all things PAZNIA Radio Network related. That is the, the big project that's been in the works over the past few months, and it's coming to fruition. But yeah, anyway, there at PAZNIA.com/radio, you'll see that we already have 2 original shows that we're building schedules around. Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger, Saturdays at 3 p.m. Central, and Music Mondays with Richard Greaser every first and third Monday, starting at 7 p.m. Central. And on that note, I said we're building schedules around our first couple of shows. Well, at the moment, do you want your show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Well, we're currently filling out our Saturday time slots currently. So yeah, it'd be cool to have a whole 6 or 7 hours of just original programming. On the PAZNIA Radio Network. So if you're interested, email me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and we'll see if we can make that happen. And that provides a great segue into today's interview and discussion. I am joined by the one and only Thane Riddle, host of the Cloak and Dagger live show on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Yes, you heard that right. It's a live show, and call-ins are encouraged. The first couple episodes are out, and the third will come out around the time this discussion is released. And I have to say, I definitely enjoy the show. Thane brings a lighthearted and comedic approach to the oft-boring and dull subjects as privacy and security, and we're just getting started. Anyway, today I figure we'll dig into his background and learn more about him. We'll touch the topic of mesh networking, building our own network alternatives outside the controlled internet. We'll get his thoughts on some privacy software and hardware out there today, and maybe a couple other non-privacy or security topics. We'll just have to see where we're at on time after covering those big topics. Regardless, Thane, welcome to the Vonu podcast, my friend. How are you on this fine day of the sun?
Yo. Yeah, I guess I'm all right. It's better than yesterday. And if people listen to the third episode, they might notice that I crashed somewhere in the middle of it. But I'm told that people liked it anyway.
Yeah. Certainly. And I think it ended up being like an hour and 15 minutes. It's still not a short show, rolling by yourself.
Oh, I can talk forever.
Yeah.
Even if we have no guest, I can talk a long time. I'm trying not to do that too much on the show, though. I'm trying to make it a little quicker and more interesting, not spend too much time on one thing.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. So I guess to get us rolling here, being in the security and privacy business, sharing things about yourself is probably discouraged and all. There's probably a really fine line on what you can say, but it's always a good place to start. However little you would like to share. But could you begin by giving us a background on your path of liberation here, kind of what you do and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, when people ask about my past, a lot of people know not to, but we'll try. It's always kind of awkward because most of the stuff I've done I can't talk about, and the cooler and more impressive it is, the less I can talk about it. Right. But I'll try. Now you say path to liberation, so this is more. It's a little personal too. It's not just my work background,
sure.
Right?
Yeah, I get, pretty much, yeah. Philosophy, ideology, etc. Yeah, how you got here?
I think it's safe to say I was born an anarchist, though my thoughts about it changed over time. From an early time in my life, I had to worry about police, the bludgies, but bludgies come in all kinds. It's not just the ones in uniforms. There are others too. There's the small-time thugs, as I say on Cloak and Dagger when I do small times thugs news. And there's a fine line between the two. Sometimes one becomes the other. I've always had to watch out from a young age and watch out about what I said. So I got good at it because privacy and security, I'm not just a digital privacy guy. I'm a holistic security guy. But it's much more about, at the end of the day, you can learn a lot of things and be good at bringing them back to your mind when you need them, and being smart or whatever helps with that. But I think at the heart of it, it's something more than just that. There's a firewall. Before I do anything or say anything, it has to pass by a firewall. There's a strong sense in my mind of keeping things apart from each other, which is, if you want to get philosophical, it's kind of like manly energy versus womanly energy, the way that it manifests in the universe through like light and darkness, hot and cold, positive and negative, electromagnetic charges. The feminine is about bringing things together and creating things. When we build something, we're actually just putting things together. And when we destroy something, we're breaking them apart. But that could also be protecting something, whether it be by killing the thing that's causing a problem, or whether it be by just keeping things apart that aren't supposed to touch, or whatever. And privacy is like that, but with information. And information is like a virus. You just need to be touched by a little bit of it, and it will spread like wildfire. So it requires, like, being really good at privacy means you're really careful. It takes someone who's always thinking really hard about everything and is watching closely. But luckily for most people, the privacy that they want is pretty easy to get. They just don't even fucking try, which is why they should listen to Cloak and Dagger or something, so they can learn about how to just try.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I guess the way I would compare it is, thinking about Vonu every day, basically for a decade. It's kind of internalized now. Like I basically, it's kind of like my internal firewall, as you put it. Everything, pretty much everything I do, all of my actions, anything I do, it kind of goes through that Vonu lens. That's that anti-coercion or avoiding coercion sort of lens.
Yeah, when I first heard about Vonuism, through you guys, because no one else is fucking talking about that.
Guaranteed.
I right away I was like, oh wow, yeah, see, that's how I'm thinking already. I'm just not using these words. Because so I heard about you guys at the right time, long time ago, but it's true, yeah. That when I heard of Vonuism or whatever the fuck you call it, I realized right away this is the closest to the way I'm thinking of it. Agorism comes close, and like stuff like that in terms of having to do with actually doing stuff rather than just talking or thinking. But you really hit the nail on the head with it's all about making yourself less vulnerable to coercion. And there are three big ways to do that: running, hiding, and fighting. And all creatures know this. It's called fight, flight, or freeze, right? Freeze is like, either maybe they won't see you because you stopped moving, or maybe they'll think you're dead. And those are both like hiding information. So freeze is like a very basic thing. Just by living, you put off information. And so even animals know to stop putting off information, or to reduce how much they put off when they're in danger.
Yeah, true. That's that was a I think you talked about that on Cloak and Dagger on one of the episodes, comparing yeah, I guess comparing it to animals, and that's it's a good way to think about it. You're living out here on a homestead, and obviously you see it, see it every day. See it every day.
I said somebody in the PAZNIA, what's the word, consulate chat on Simplex said something like, oh, you wanna, I can't remember what he said. Something like, just don't say anything. And then your privacy is fine. So then I made a joke about how like deer try that all the time, and it doesn't work. Like if you ask a deer where they go for water, they never tell you. They're very tight-lipped most of the time, anyway. But yeah, sometimes you just notice there's a path worn in the ground. They're walking to the same water spot every day. You can see it on the ground. You can see the signs of it. You put off information just by living your life, just by being alive.
Yeah, certainly. So obviously your background and kind of the way that you think about things was, obviously it turned into Cloak and Dagger. But
yeah,
I'm
long
curious,
before.
I'm curious what made you interested in, I guess in starting the radio show. Yeah, go ahead if you're going.
I can tell you more about background if you want.
Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah.
The way though I was into this on a deep level long before I did it for work, it started with scratching my own itch. I did start, at least partially through, I was always a rule breaker and stuff, so I always had to be like a little careful, but, I was one of those people who was very into computers and stuff and open source software and was just like a nerd. And I learned a lot about that stuff, just scratching my own itch. And then later on, it occurred to me that I knew enough to help other people and to do it for work. So I did. But it also turned out that I was good at more than just the computer side of things. And I don't know, slowly, I guess by the time I realized I was ready to do this kind of work, I was already ready. Like all the pieces were falling into place without me realizing it. And then one day I realized I was ready. And then one job leads to another, right? Word of mouth and introductions and stuff like that. Now I have experience. Many years of experience. I can't say exactly how many.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. But yeah, I guess the question that's burning on my mind is what made, I guess, so privacy and security. Starting a radio show, and talking about things is not usually the approach that a lot of security professionals take. Usually, you don't really know about them, or they're very, very private.
Yeah, nobody knew about me.
So yeah, you put yourself on the radar. Why'd you think it was a good idea? Start Cloak and Dagger. What made you interested in starting it at all?
I think it remains to be seen whether it was a good idea or not. But truthfully, it was just like you said that you were starting a radio network thing, and you said Security Saturdays was one of your ideas. So then I just contacted you and was like, hey, maybe I could do that. That's it.
Pretty simple. Yeah. Not a super complex process, I suppose, but that's good. So one of the big themes we've got, I guess later this year, Vonu Life Resurrected coming out. And I've been soliciting submissions that are due actually in just a few weeks. Probably any time in July. Just get them in. Let me know if you're working on something. If you're like a week or two behind, it's not the end of the world. But anyways, deadlines are coming up.
That's good to hear for me because I'm fucking sweating over here.
Yeah, It's not a hard deadline, but you got to give people some sort of time, like some sort of like number to aim for. So.
Because I'm fucking the listeners will get to know how wordy I can be. If you think I can be wordy when I'm giving myself a 20 or 30 time limit to talk about one thing, you got no idea what it can be when somebody says, yeah, submit. You can make 2 submissions to my magazine. What's the word count I want? Doesn't matter. Unlimited. Oh, great. So now here I am writing a fucking novel over here, but I'm trying to keep it sparse. I also want my submissions for Vonu Life 2025 to be like very to the point and practical, but it might be more so on some topics than others. But I want it to be like a reference that you can just skip through, not like you're expected to read this whole thing start to finish. Just like you're interested in this part, you can go to that part or whatever. It's also an excuse for me to be lazy and try to not write too much on stuff.
Sure. Yeah. So we've got the Vonu Life Resurrected coming out, and your one of your submissions was part of the video promo for Cloak and Dagger, but you call it insurrectionary agorism, and you talked a little bit about it, kind of the overall picture and vision, involving private security, insurance, DAOs. I guess could you give the folks, I guess, an overview, a teaser per se of what insurrectionary agorism is, and I guess how it differs from regular agorism, and go for it.
Yeah, so I'm writing 2 submissions for Vonu Life 2025. One's called Hiding Stuff, and the other one's called Insurrectionary Agorism. And I guess like Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. And that's a manifesto, which will hopefully be all right. It's like, I'm not sure that insurrectionary agorism is something else other than agorism. Just like, like people often talk about Sec 3, like, oh, he disagreed with anarcho-capitalism or made something new. And I never had that impression. It seemed to me like he totally agreed with pretty much everything Rothbard said and was like his pal or whatever. He just didn't like that his pal Rothbard, after having all these great ideas, made a political party. That's all he actually did, besides making a really good book, or actually a really good 100 books or whatever, and articles. And so he wanted to focus on what to do about it.
That's really the difference in my mind is the anarcho-capitalism is the theory, and he wanted to focus on.
He didn't disagree at all. With fucking anything. Rothbard's, what's it called? Man, Economy, and State with Power and Market. That's like a masterpiece. It's really big and dry at times, but it's like a masterpiece, and it's really well put together. It's probably one of the best, if not the best, takes on economics there's ever been. But yeah, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Are you just going to be an intellectual, or are you going to actually do something about it? So yeah, agorism is a really good idea, and I think that it's right in a basic way that you want freedom or whatever because you think it's better, you think it's more powerful. Well, guess what? Because it's more powerful, it can win. It works better. So if you just break the law and you evade regulations and taxes and things like that, you might sort of outcompete to some extent others who are following them. And this is a real thing that has always happened. It happened long before Sec 3 wrote anything about it. There are industries, there are certain fields in particular where it's like, if you don't break the, if you're a car mechanic or something and you're not preferring cash and giving people good deals for giving you cash, it's like, what are you doing? Like, everyone else is doing that. How are you going to compete? Yeah.
Pay cash for some things, put some things on the books. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, that's everyone knows that, or everyone knows that all the cleaners and construction workers are being paid under the table, and some of them are illegal immigrants, and you can't compete if you don't do that.
Who else is going to roof the houses? You gotta, they gotta exist.
Yeah, that's what they're there for. So anyway, as I said earlier, there's fight, flight, or freeze. And people are always talking about flight and freeze. They're always talking about running and hiding. Even I'm always talking about that. Agorism is talking about that, and crypto anarchy is talking about that. They're talking about hiding what they're doing, not getting caught. Vonuans are talking about that a lot, how to hide, how to stay mobile, run and hide. Yeah, exactly. Never fighting. And fighting is a big fucking deal, folks. If all you do is run and hide, you'll die. That's why we have fighting, because sometimes you can't run and hide, and like, or sometimes it's like you want to do more with your life than what you can do just by running and hiding. So like, I don't know about the people listening, but 50 years from now, 100 years from now, I want to see hospitals and car factories. I want to see an open hardware car industry where local factories make standard parts that are modular, and you can get parts from this guy and parts from that guy and put them together to make your car like a PC. Okay. And it's all repairable, and it's all open source software and firmware. That's the shit that I want to see happen. And now it's true that with smaller local manufacturing, maybe you can hide it more easily or even move it more easily, but it's still not great if you, and it does limit. In fact, Rayo 1 talked about this, about different kinds of volumes and like with the balancing mean time to harassment with like how big it is, how hard to move it is, and talking about how expensive each kind of thing was. He thought about this a lot. He knew exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, yeah, I mean, fuck, even a farm. It's like, do you know how, if you're, let's say you're a prepper who's thinking that, you know, maybe this continent could get EMP'd or a solar flare could hit it the wrong way and the whole power grid could go down and everyone could be starving. A lot of people want to farm, but it's like, man, farming is hard to hide. Like, you have a bunch of sheep and shit, and I don't know, big crops.
Plants,
you know, it's hard
to be exposed
to hide.
to the sun. You can't
you
can't put them under a canopy of trees.
Yeah, I mean, there are, you know, at least sheep are quieter than other livestock, and you know, fucking quails or something. Am I thinking of the right thing? Those little birds, those are pretty quiet and they can stay inside, sort of. There are, and of course, like people have talked about fucking farming fish in fridges in urban Vonu and stuff like that's really cool, and that should be developed more.
Yeah, and
but
I'll reference here just for the benefit of the listeners. That's reminds me of community technology by Carl Hess, which we offer via Liberating Attack Publications. They did that in suburban Washington D.C. I guess aquaculture sort of stuff. So yeah,
right, and we should develop shit like that. I'm all about running and hiding, but like I said, I'm more than, you know, I'm a security guy. That means fighting too. It means, you know, or at least deterring by showing that you can fight, which is what honestly bigger than fighting and a lot of the time. So yeah, I wanted to, and like, here's the thing. I pick up on this subtle thing, and this is sarcasm. It's not that subtle. Everyone's a pussy. Everyone I'm talking to is a fucking pussy. Everyone I see is a pussy, including voluntarists and agorists and stuff. There's just a whole lot of pussies out there who don't want to fight because it's scary and someone might get hurt. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's why you got to, and nothing in this life is risk-free, but sometimes not fighting, it gives you greater risk than fighting. I mean, like if you just roll over or just run and hide when it doesn't make sense, I mean, shit, like sometimes you're just delaying a risk sometimes, a smaller risk now for a greater one later. And there's a lot of something that came up in the show was mindset, the mindset problem. I was talking about smartphone privacy and how it's actually really easy to get pretty good smartphone privacy. And also it's not a secret. It's easy to find out how to do it. It doesn't cost that much. So like if you haven't done this, it's because either you don't care or you assumed that it was hard. So you didn't even look. You didn't even try. And that's a mindset problem. People have that mindset problem about a lot of things. And one of them is this. The idea that a crypto-anarchist revolution, maybe even around the whole world, could more or less eliminate the state as we know it, or subject it to small corners of the world. Kind of like how, like, today we have one cult of personality theocratic state in North Korea, which is like the worst place on earth. It's like the worst place to live on earth. Even the grass doesn't go there. The birds don't go there. It's like a bomb went off or something, but it's just socialism. They are supposed to worship that guy as a god and stuff. We don't have a lot of that left in the world. That might be the only one. But hey, it's there. It's like an interesting thing to look at. I think in 50 years from now, or 100 years from now, like maybe within our lifetimes, the state as we know it might be relegated to small corners, kind of like that. And most folks seem very taken aback by this, or it just doesn't land with them. Like they think that's crazy. But the truth is, these major shifts in the world have always happened. Every major geopolitical age has come to an end. And it was always a shock to people when it came to an end, except for a few people who were talking about it for a while, and everyone was saying they were crazy. Well, I'm one of those few people. Now, it doesn't mean that my efforts are going to work out, but I'm probably pretty, if they're not, then I'm probably pretty close to somebody who is. It's like you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right? There are a lot of innovators, like with, venture capital, right? They, out of every 10 companies they invest in, like 8 of them are going to fail or something, or like 7 or 8 of them will fail. 1 or 2 might break even. And then 1 makes so many bajillions of dollars that it pays for all 10. It's a high risk, high reward type of thing. That's what they're interested in investing in. That's what we're talking about here. This is something that I think is going to happen with or without me, with or without you, sooner or later. And you can pick whether you want to be part of the solution or part of the problem. Which side of history do you want to be on? So whether I win or lose, I win in the end. I think you're that right-wing guy you like said something like that, didn't he? That radio guy? I can't remember.
Oh, Bill Cooper,
or maybe that
probably.
Yeah. He said something like that. Yeah, I may not be victorious in my lifetime, but I will be or something like that. I may not live to see the victory.
But but I will. Like, I'll see you at the victory party, or something like that. Yeah. Whatever it was. Yeah.
In my case, I have a little more balls than that. I think I probably will, as long as I get old, which a guy like me might not. But as long as I get old, I think I will live to see something like what I'm talking about come to pass. And yeah, to sort of get down to brass tacks, I think what it involves is, I think insurance is really important. I saw, for example, I work worldwide. So let's say, for example, in 2020, 2021, a lot of governments around the world were locking down. They were telling people to stay in their fucking houses and that they can't eat inside restaurants, and they can't have gatherings. It's kind of like Chinese Communist Party type stuff, where any gathering that's not state approved is suspect. Which is, because around that time there were a bunch of protests that they seemed to have magically no problem with. That were, or riots, as the case may be. Anyway, during that time, I noticed that there were a lot of, let's say, businesses, like restaurants and stuff, who were sympathetic. Now, because, when it comes to small time stuff, lots of people were gathering anyway. They had parties, they were doing protests. Some of it was hidden, some of it was right out in the open. And it was fine, but a lot of businesses were scared to do this stuff. There were a few like speakeasies, basically, where people were allowed to go inside and stuff. Now, of course, in some places this was more of a thing than others, right? Because in some places the government didn't clamp down as hard, but in other places it was totally illegal, and they were threatening them with these big fines and stuff. And I don't know if you know this, but people who run like restaurants and bars and clubs are very, well, maybe not clubs as much, but restaurants and bars, they're very conservative business owners. They're very careful because in their industry, you have to be. Like when it comes to ordering ingredients that are going to expire and having to sell them and stuff, like they walk the tightrope all the time. So they're trained to be conservative. So it's not easy to, let's say, convince a restaurant to host a party when it's illegal and there's a big, supposedly you can get fined this large amount of money. Even though a lot of them were sympathetic or didn't care strongly one way or another, or just wanted to make money because they were worried, because a lot of them went under. A lot of them didn't survive this. And that was another great moment for agorism, by the way, because I know for a fact, I know personally, there were some businesses that are only around right now because they broke those laws. So that's a little natural selection for you. But yeah, I feel like if all I did was offer insurance to these people, you pay a small fee, and if you ever get fined, let's say we'll just pay it. How about that? You're covered for breaking this regulation. I feel like that would have gotten not all of them, but a few of them to change their mind. And I think that applies to a lot of things. It applies to breaking all sorts of regulations or evading taxes. Insurance is a really powerful thing. It's a very powerful thing in the white market. It often gets regulated to death and turned into something sick. Like in America, health insurance is totally fucked up. It's way too expensive, and medical care is way too expensive. And then, the socialists try to use that to argue against the market at all for medicine, but we know what's really going on. It's because the regulations fuck up the insurance industry and the medical industry. But we can have unregulated outlaw insurance that covers you for normal things like healthcare or your car or whatever, but we can also cover you for breaking the law. And that coverage could manifest in many ways. There are some pretty easy ways to cover people, like just paying a fine, or if we think you can fight that ticket or whatever, and it'll be cheaper to do that, we pay for legal help. That's a pretty innocent seeming, and relatively speaking, kind of outlaw insurance. And of course, it's good for just dealing amongst each other, right? Because when you know someone is insured or bonded, it might make them eligible for certain kinds of agreements, right? Like now we know, if you can't pay this, or if you fuck something up, you're covered. So your insurance protocol is going to pay me anyway, right? So that's good for us dealing amongst each other. And something like this can grow. And of course, then we get into things not wholly unlike the avenging angels idea, right? Where maybe if some bludgies are trying to arrest you or something, maybe we can stop that from happening by whatever means seem most cost effective. Maybe if you're in prison, or maybe if a few people who are covered are in one particular prison, it might become cost effective to get them out of there by whatever means necessary. And that's where it gets interesting, because I don't know if you caught on to this, folks, but all it takes is for Antifa to kick over a trash can and the fucking 10% of the police retire early and all the police run away with their tail between their legs, and they have an autonomous zone for as long as they stay. So it doesn't take a lot.
Reminds me of that fucking Chaz thing in Oregon.
And the Chaz was cool. A lot of people talk shit about the Chaz.
So we did some pretty good coverage of it on here on the P.A.Z.NIA podcast, and one of my colleagues, Blooded the Brave, there was a rapper who was pretty prominent around that, and he knew him personally, and he brought some. So yeah, like there were some cool parts of it, but there were some other parts where it's like, this is just retarded. But obviously, there are plenty of mentally deranged people that were involved in that. That goes without saying.
Well, sure, but you see, the news covered that stuff more because they wanted to make it look a certain way. And it was actually, I thought the way that the mainstream media handled the Chaz was very clever, because there is a lesson in the Chaz that most people missed, which is that even though this was done by a bunch of like dumb ANCOMs or whatever, that wasn't everyone who was there. And hey, ANCOMs, whatever, they're all right as long as they don't want to force their way on other people. They can be friends of ours, right? You can just say, I'm a left-wing market anarchist, and then they'll be less scared than if you say anarcho-capitalist. They don't like that word. But when the cops left the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, it got better right away. Because this was during lockdowns, restaurants were opening. It was like having a festival. There was more food and stuff. People were having a relatively good time. This is what I heard about it from people who were there. And someone made like a fake Twitter post, like a screenshot of a fake Twitter post that said like, the communists fed homeless people for free and they ate all the food. Now they ran out of food. See, communism doesn't work. And it wasn't even a real Twitter post. And libertarians and right-wingers ate that shit up and they shared it.
Yeah, I remember.
And that's a trick. Yeah, because they're trying to get you not to see, hold on a second, left-wingers and us have a common enemy, the state, and they're not so bad and maybe we could work together. That's what they really don't want you to see. They want to sow division. So that's why they make fake Twitter posts like that. And that was a really clever fake Twitter post. But anyway, so yeah, if a bunch of fags can make the cops run away with their tail between their legs from like a whole neighborhood, what would it look like if we had a professional,
more coordinated,
a professional paramilitary force that makes the Viet Cong look like amateurs, which they are? They would the cops would just have nothing to do with that. It would go straight to like the National Guard, and stuff. It would go straight to like, it would even go past SWAT teams pretty fast.
Well, that just happened with the most recent Los Angeles protests, right?
Right.
The Straits National Guard, essentially.
Not just Los Angeles, but in Texas, the National Guard was deployed, and also they set the precedent that not only can the National Guard be deployed, but the Marines can be deployed even faster than them to help them. And that's all about setting precedents. I talked about that a little bit in yesterday's show. Well, I don't know when people will hear this, it won't be yesterday, but in the third show or whatever.
BonniePodcast.com/CD3 when it's available.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think it would take too much to, with that said, I don't pretend to be somebody who knows exactly what's going to happen. This is what entrepreneurship is like. You're just kind of guessing about what kind of business might work in the future, and you got to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. I'm interested in what I want to build is the tools for other people all around the world to build things and to see what works, right? So it doesn't matter if you have the classic approach, which is a group of people in the mountains with guns, which historically no one can ever stop that. If you are in the mountains and you've got a few guns, no one can ever stop you. This is established at this point. It happened. Afghanistan has been invaded by fucking all the biggest, mightiest militaries in all of history for like the last 100 years. And they're still there. The Taliban are still fine. In fact, they're better than ever. Like the Mao Zedong, the way the communists took over China, it was, they kind of made it look easy. They made guerrilla warfare look easy. They established a lot of the ideas we have now about guerrilla warfare by using the mountains as strongholds, forcing the enemy to stretch their logistics thin, etc. And eventually they took that to the cities too. Because cities are, believe it or not, actually even harder for big militaries to fight in than the mountains. It's just that all the people in a city kind of complicate things, but sometimes that can be a good thing. So yeah, like I don't pretend to know exactly what the order of events will be, but I know that there's a place for everything. There's a place for wilderness stuff, a place for mountains, a place for cities. Is there a place right now for a wide open field right next to a military base to be occupied by a bunch of crypto anarchists? Probably not. But one day there will be, because one day half the soldiers will be on our side and that military base will be ours. And that's how you need to think, because it doesn't take as much as you think to make something like that happen. And when this takes over the world, so to speak, they may not even call it anarchy. They might even call it government, but it doesn't matter what people call it. It just matters what it is. We don't get to decide that. We're just a bunch of weirdos and nerds and freaks. When we win, it will be the dum-dums. It will be all the sheep of the world that pick how they want to look at these things. And that's fine. They do that now. Do they call things what they are now? No. They don't know what's going on right now. Like right now, I would say this is kind of like a globalist technocratic fascism kind of thing. That's like the big thing. No one's calling it that. They're like, they barely even remember the term liberal democracy from school. They don't even know what to call it. They're just like, whatever, democracy. I don't know. They don't really care. They don't really think about it too much, and they'll always complain. And there will be something to complain about. And even after we win, there'll still be something better coming after that. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, basically, I think that little things that seem unassuming right now, like distributed tokenization layers for mesh networking, for distributed data storage, secure distributed computing, and then you build things on that, like a decentralized marketplace, decentralized reputation system with zero knowledge proofs or something like that, meaning like, I don't know who this person is or what they've done before, but I know that they have a reputation score above this number for this kind of work. So whatever, something like that. And we have things like non-aggression smart contracts. See, right now, we already have non-aggression contracts. I would say that PAZNIA or something like the Shire Society or whatever, they have non-aggression contracts, open non-aggression contracts. So you can effectively join, but you're agreeing to non-aggression. And sometimes we even have our own arbitration and enforcement, though it's usually something that's cobbled together at the last minute. We're like, oh shit, I guess we have a dispute.
Oh shit,
and,
someone got stabbed. We got to figure something out.
Yeah. Like, oh, it actually happened.
Oh, God damn it, no, you don't.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Because we have such a low crime rate, you see, in our societies that it's usually left until something's already happened before we think to do this. Because like I say, folks, libertarians are all pedophiles, and they're also like nudists and creeps and stuff, okay? You're just libertarian to get chicks, okay? Because it works. Let me tell you something. PAZNians get laid every day. But, I want non-aggression smart contracts. And I want room for different kinds, okay? Because there are things we disagree about. We think different ways about things like abortion or animal rights, right? There are points of disagreement. There's room for disagreement among what we consider aggression or whatever. So you can sort of cryptographically prove that you've agreed to this or that version. It's kind of like how I'm a little inspired by open source software licenses, which is funny because I don't believe in intellectual property. So I think the licenses are just stupid. But it's kind of like that in the sense that this is a standard agreement that you can tell everyone that you comply with this standard, And some of the standards are so close that they're considered kind of compatible. So like Apache and MIT licenses and BSD licenses are basically the same, stuff like that. So I think that could be used to determine who's compatible, and we can have enforcement and arbitration clauses baked in to non-aggression smart contracts, and it could even automatically defer to enforcement and arbitration protocols. So like a decentralized network of arbitrators that is randomly selected based on whatever requirements are described in the contract, whatever reputation, however many of them, exactly how the arbitration will go down, that can be specified in the contract. And then it just selects arbitrators. It match makes arbitrators. Same thing with enforcement. If some sort of enforcement needs to be done or some sort of protection needs to be done, you can automatically match make, possibly with the right strategic people who then select the right kinds of units that need to be around for an operation like this, something like that. And then you get the right people. Nobody knows who anybody is. That's the magic of zero knowledge proofs. You just know that they're right for the job according to the numbers, and this should work more or less okay most of the time. Insurance is a big deal because something I haven't mentioned yet, that's a really big fucking deal about insurance. No one thinks about this. People aren't very good at thinking big picture, long term. Maybe what are the odds that my house will burn down? How much money should I put aside for this? People aren't good at thinking about that, nor should they be, really. So just like with everything else or most things in the economy, it's best taken care of with the division of labor, specialized out to like actuaries and shit, people who are good at thinking about big picture, long-term stuff and risks and calculating how much risk you have. And they translate that into coverage offered and how much premiums to pay every month or few months or a couple times a year or whatever. And that's a big fucking deal. And like you see it in the white market all the time, how insurance influences people's behavior. Like people who own businesses or they're like commercial landlords and stuff, like if they could get away with not having fire hose cabinets, not dealing with fire extinguishers, not dealing with escape routes or whatever, not hiring security so much, they would. But the insurance company says, if you want coverage or if you want a lower premium, you've got to do X, Y, and Z. And it makes people who otherwise are just like dumb animals that don't want to think about long-term risks and just want to pretend that they'll be lucky and save money. It makes them do smart things that they wouldn't otherwise do. We can do that too for breaking the law. You know how a bunch of people, even though they're like supposed to be fucking agorists or whatever, or libertarians or whatever, they don't use open source software, they don't use end-to-end encryption, they don't use cryptocurrency yet, et cetera, et cetera. We can put a stop to some of that with insurance and say, well, if you want this coverage or if you want a lower premium, you have to do X, Y, and Z. Just basic reasonable shit that everyone should do. That's a big deal. And on top of that, it encourages more people to break the law, and especially people who are not necessarily ideologically motivated, because as Sec 3 rightly acknowledged, the vast majority of the counter economy is not agorists. It's just people trying to do some business. And it'll always be that way. What I emphasize in insurrectionary agorism is it'll always be that way. Agorists will never be the main part of it, and we don't even need any more agorists is another argument that I make, because agorists are only here to be early adopters, to come up with new ideas. They're the innovators. They're at the cutting edge. I don't think we even need any more. So we don't need to be spreading agorism, and that stinks of collective movementism. And that's something I talk about in Insurrectionary Agorism. What we need is to build the tools that will grow the counter economy so that it's big enough to eat the white market, and give it some teeth, so it can chew its food. And that's what we need to do. And we don't need more ideologues. No one will even understand why we're doing these things. Look at Bitcoin. That was made by crypto anarchists who wanted to attack like the Rothschild-controlled international financial system. And it fucking worked. But nobody, who talks about Bitcoin and says that in the same breath? Nobody's talking about that. Nobody will know or really think about it. Doesn't matter. What matters is that it works. The people adopting it just care about their own interests. And that's how all this will be too. And that's how it's going to snowball out of control, because it's going to be a bunch of sheep who are jumping on board, not a bunch of geniuses who read books about ideology.
Yeah, that's all great, and it brings to mind you were talking a little bit ago about that people don't realize how how fragile and how easy some of these things could be, how easy some of these systems could be to take down or whatever.
Yeah.
And it brings to mind, and I mentioned this numerous times on this podcast, but I will do it again. But there's a DEF CON talk called "How to Overthrow a Government" by Chris Rock, not the movie star. And he basically, it's amazing too. Like it's all done remotely via hacking. And I guess combining with what you're talking about, like just kind of alter the talk a little bit to how to overthrow all governments, in such a fashion. But no, it's amazing. Like it's a 45-minute talk. And just the way leveraging governments against each other, hacking into banks, and having like the Saudi prince donate money to a certain politician, like just setting to where you can do this stuff, like you wouldn't even have to leave your computer, and you could literally overthrow a government just from a laptop. Essentially, was the argument that he was trying to make. So I don't think that alone is the optimal strategy, but he gives a lot of great ideas, and I think that they need to be kind of looked at in this vein.
Yeah, no one knows for sure how things will go down. I do think, on one hand, that new stuff is going to come up. Like I just talked about the show, I think last week, about the Ukraine drone attack on Russia is going to change. It's going to change history. A page was just turned in the history of warfare, showing how powerful drone warfare is, and it just completely makes all these super expensive planes and missile defense systems are just impotent against a few cheap drones being snuck in really close to them and just blowing them up. And there's nothing anyone can do about it other than try to rush to pour money into anti-drone technology, and even that won't totally solve the problem, and it'll take decades to become mature. People are right to be kind of excited about drones and about cyber warfare and stuff like that. And I do think that the more that paramilitary action is done by professionals who are being funded by insurance protocols and stuff, the mentality will be a lot different. It'll be like, okay, what's the cheapest way we can do this? We're trying to make money here, right? We have customers that we're trying to give coverage, just like any insurance. We don't want to pay out excessively. We need to make money. So we have to do this in a cost-effective way. That's very different from how the state thinks about warfare, which is we want to spend as much as possible and spend more and more every year to destroy things, to destroy wealth, even more than the wealth we're spending on this stuff. We'll spend $1 million on this missile so that we can blow it up and blow up another $1 million worth of stuff at the same time. It's all just about destruction, taking from people and destroying things. It's a very different mindset. So it also means that we won't necessarily be picking fights all the time, right? Like, I'm a little bit of a firebrand. Like, the way I talk is like, I want to kill all the cops and the soldiers in the world. That's not true. I think maybe we kill like 10% of them. Then the rest of them will just join us. Speaking of which, there are a lot, like there was a so-called whistleblower from the Pentagon. I don't know if he was ever confirmed to be real, but he sounded real. I think this was like over 10 years ago, 15 years ago, who leaked simulations that they had, war games that they had with a civil war in the United States, and talking about how hard it was for them and how they felt like it just wouldn't go their way. And like one of the things that was mentioned was, and this was back then, I think it's a little less like this now, but not by a lot. But back then they predicted that roughly half of the military would defect in a civil war. And like they would lose entire military bases and stuff to the other side. And also, of course, there would be foreign assistance, right? Like if there was some sort of right-wing or libertarian uprising in America, Russia would be all over that, trying to back them and give them stuff with strings attached, of course. But and that's like the kind of complication that is very real and is very much being considered by militaries in the real world. And but you, the little guy, is not supposed to know that. You're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to think they're all powerful and they're not scared of anything, but they're actually scared of you, because they have like what, a few thousand. It's like if you take all the military staff in America, the mightiest military ever built in all of history, and you include everything, the janitors, the desk jockeys, or whatever, what is it, like a few thousand people or something, in like in a country of hundreds of millions, a few 100 million? That's ridiculous. If even 1% of the population decided to fight them, they'd be outnumbered, for one. And even if they weren't outnumbered, you could still beat them. That's how guerrilla warfare works. But the little guy is not supposed to know this stuff. You're not supposed to know how easy it is to take down a government. See, that's why I'm thinking more about how to build what comes next, and build while destroying at the same time, and in a way that works together. Just like they teach you in Kung Fu, push, pull, defend while attacking at the same time, efficiency. Because if I could take down, if I wanted to take down the government, all right, it'd already be down. Okay, trust me. But I'm concerned about what comes next, because people just keep building another government afterwards. So who cares? That doesn't matter to me. Building something better matters more to me. Something with teeth and claws, the ability to defend itself and to eat the enemy. We won't get rid of evil in this world, or crime, but we can greatly reduce it, as we already have throughout human history.
Yeah, so Thane, we've been going for about an hour, and I really that was just I guess this first episode is just going to be introduction to Thane Riddle plus insurrectionary agorism, which is great. I had a feeling we wouldn't get to a lot of the stuff we had today, but that's okay, because we can always do this multiple times. If we
All you got to do is stop me. I'll just go on forever about anything.
No, this was great. It definitely was. I guess so. I really wanted to get into. I guess you're gonna talk about the stuff on Cloak and Dagger too. In the meantime, I'm sure. But so you've talked about a lot of great stuff on there. What's I guess what can people look forward to this coming Saturday, 3 p.m. Central? I guess it'd be the 21st. You got anything planned yet? Anything people can look forward to?
Yeah, it's going to be. What I do on Cloak and Dagger is I try to talk about one down-to-earth topic that can help you right now, and I try to talk about the building the second realm topic, that building the world of tomorrow. So for the down-to-earth thing, it's going to be shut the fuck up. It's going to be about not saying things and not revealing things.
All right, and do apologize for that abrupt end, but Thane was pretty much done telling you what to look forward to on this coming Saturday's episode of Cloak and Dagger, again with Thane Riddle. But had a little bit of a crash with OBS, but thankfully I've encountered this before, and I use FLV files now, so we didn't lose the file, which is great, and we're basically done. So all good. And there you have it. Another episode of the Vonu podcast is in the books. Please do check out Thane's show, Cloak and Dagger, live on the PAZNIA Radio Network, Saturdays at 3 p.m. Central. And do give us a call. VonuPodcast.com is the home for all things Vonu. It's also the main hub for anything I'm involved with. PAZNIA.com is the website for all things PAZNIA Network related, whether that's PAZNIA Radio, the PAZNIA Monero Fund, our Department of Technology, becoming a stakeholder, or whatever. And liberatingattack.com is the most expansive Liberty publishing outfit in existence. Books, bundles, privacy tools, wellness items, and much more. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for tuning in. Until next time, cheers from the Second Realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu Life 2025, Resurrected. Introduction. Back in March 1973, Rayo and many of the most hardcore self-liberators of the time, and likely even today, published a massive 75,000-word issue of Vonu Life, that is shockingly relevant and of immense value, even today. And while that was a highlight, there was also an entire zine series of Vonu Life, which I recently digitized. As Rayo finished up those last words of transcribing, it was with a heavy heart. Until the idea hit him like a collapsing roof of a badly engineered underground shelter. Vonu Life should most certainly be resurrected, just as the overall freedom strategy of Vonu has in the modern day and age. And if you know anything about Vonu Life, you know some of the greatest content came from contributors. That's where you come in. Let's dive into the plan. The plan. Vonu Life, March 1973, was the only issue released in that year. Similarly, we should aim for one book a year, the first being Vonu Life 2025. That will give ample time to acquire and create content, and to have plenty to report on as far as developments, or setbacks, of our liberated lifestyles. Content Section 1, Situations and Searches, Lifestyle Reports from Self-Liberators, a report about your liberated lifestyle, things you've learned, your goals, what led you to Vonuism/self-liberation, etc. Reviews of books, equipment, organizations, tips and tricks, etc. Information that you feel is valuable to pass on, that's not in article form. Section 2, General Strategy. Back in Vonu Life's heyday, topics sought out included, van nomadism, pedestrian nomadism, wilderness Vonu, international travel, family and children, intentional communities, new country projects, financial independence, health liberation, Vonu in cities, and underground shelters and troglodytism. We still want articles on any and all of those topics, but additional ones include, private communications, sovereign networking, Vonuing in cities in the 2020s, alternative housing solutions, etc. If you're curious about your topic in particular, just ask. Examples of both will be posted at vonupodcast.com/the2025. Timeframes. Any submissions must be made by July 1st, 2025. After a few months of editing and preparing, we will aim for a fall 2025 release. Notes: this is not a general, send us an article submission to fill space. It has to be of the caliber that Vonu Life deserves and was founded upon. Hardcore solutions/hardcore action, no political crusading and no collective movementism, the principle of voluntarism, that all interactions should be voluntary, must be maintained. I.e., don't siphon, steal, gas to fund your van nomadism. General proofreading/editing will be done on every article, maintaining each author's individual voice, but as always, editorial designs have to be made. Email submissions, questions, ideas to shane@libertyunderattack.com. Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign. The following is an audiobook teaser from the book, Second Realm Anthology, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. This story is titled HHOA and is authored by the pseudonymous Josiah Warren. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. And while you're there, check out our full catalog of books, privacy tools, wellness items, and much more. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story, find your freedom. He was just minding his own damn business. The cinder blocks were all neatly arranged out in the parking lot of his new home like a formation of soldiers waiting for some inevitable battle, but the only thing that festered in the early morning hours between when Ebner, his friends called him E.B., Brown brewed his coffee and checked his mail was an evil far more wicked than anything he had to ever contend with. He even thought about some of his worst nightmares. There was one where he woke up in a pool of his own sweat after burning alive in his head. No. Those paled in comparison to who was now approaching the cul-de-sac of the otherwise quiet suburban community, walking her little yappy dog. He wanted to throw that fucking thing off the ravine on his way to work. He was already late and not in the mood for confrontation or passive-aggressive pleasantries with an occasional dig about how the blocks in his drive violated such and such section of the sacred HOA handbook, the tome that he had sitting underneath some hot rod mags above the commode and never cracked open. But it was too late. She had already begun nosing around his unregulated building project like an officer of the law would nose around to find a victimless crime. "Hello, Karen. Nice morning, isn't it? Not too hot, not too cold." E.B. balanced the hot coffee against the window of the black Eclipse like he was a clown in a circus act. His briefcase slumped in his right hand while he tried to unlock the car and flee the scene of his not yet known transgressions. "You know, Ebner, these blocks have been sitting in your driveway for quite a long time. What you building out back? I'm just curious. I hope it's something wonderful and within the guidelines of our community. I really want to see you bloom here, Ebner. And what's your wife's name? Tammy? Trish, it's Trisha. Hey, listen. I've got to get going. I'm gonna be late for work, sorry. Catch you another time then? I'll be here, just walking the dog." Maybe I'll catch Trisha later too. She works late. Okay, well I really look forward, Ebner, to seeing how your project turns out. When is it you say you're gonna be starting it? Pretty soon. Listen, I've really got to go. EB pointed to his watch and managed to get all his crap into the front seat while hastily starting the ignition. He almost ground the gears, throwing the car into reverse as it flew out of the part of the drive that was still free of those rule-breaking cinder blocks that Karen seemed to have latched onto. Like any individual that had other commitments outside of worrying about local codes, such as making a living to afford the place, he couldn't rest on his laurels. There was something especially sinister about a woman that had all that free time on her hands, and instead of dedicating it to helping others or making the world a better place, she somehow got off on making others' lives a living hell. EB supposed the reason why he considered Karen to be on top of his mental list of things that seriously bothered him was because he felt so helpless to stop her wrath. Once she sunk her teeth into you, you were finished. He drove to the nearby army base where 80% of the town worked, as either military or contractors. He was a contractor, but he merely thought of himself as disgruntled. He had reached that point a few years ago when he found personal autonomy in some radical literature a friend recommended. It was a gradual logical conclusion that kept evolving towards some inexorable end, which he hoped would result in freedom. The car phone almost dialed itself, interrupting a playlist of old-school rock and metal that brought him back to an earlier time in his life when he didn't give a shit about things like Karen or the HOA. Trish? You there? Yeah, I just stepped out for a second. What's up? Are you commuting? Trish asked. She already knew the answer, but she liked to hear reassurances that things were okay. Hey, guess what? Your friend is here. Karen, that woman we see sometimes walking up and down our street with that little dog. Like sometimes I wonder who's walking who, you know? The white noise of the hospital where Trish was a nurse at muffled her rhetorical question a little and caused EB to hit the volume on the car's hands-free phone audio. Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, she was nosing around my project, the cinder blocks. I'm gonna build a garden back there, and it's gonna be great. We'll have some vegetables and nice herbs for cooking. She's nosing around and really zeroed in on those blocks. Apparently they violate some kind of HOA rule. Have you ever read that book? The sun glared into EB's eyes as the road shifted direction. He pulled down the sun visor and reached for his sunglasses. It was just a few minutes more till he got on base, and then he had to cease the use of the cell phone. It was all very hush-hush, classified, top-secret stuff that they were dealing with there that couldn't be left vulnerable to outside phone calls or texts. Well, you know, honey, Trish said, lovingly, I've been to one of those HOA meetings. The president is. Guess who? Your buddy, Karen. She's been on the board the last 40 years. I was also going to tell you this when we both got home, but since you brought it up, she mentioned the 60-foot trees in the backyard that you cut down. She doesn't like those either. She says you have until the end of this week to get them cleaned up or she's gonna call in the city to make you. Sorry, baby. Trish sprung the other news on him that hit him like a ton of cinder blocks. He was already anxious and panicked about his morning encounter with the woman, but this set him over the top. He turned on his hazards and pulled off into a nearby street near the base and just sat there. What? You should have waited till I got home to tell me that. I said I was sorry, we can't do anything about it now, but it appears like she really has it out for us. And you know what else? I did some digging because I was really curious, and did you know the neighborhood next to ours? Karen referred to this as the hood, which is hilarious to hear an old white woman say, but I guess some developer finished building homes across from where we live that injected about $1,000 per month into the HOA immediately. Well, every time the hood asks for something, it's almost immediately declined, and every time the new part asks for something. Yep, you guessed it. Approved. So apparently they have $50 or $60,000 in their coffers, but yet nothing can ever get fixed. There's a playground over there near the cul-de-sac that looks super dangerous and is in a state of disrepair. That's great, honey, but that's not gonna get Karen off our backs. We need some kind of plan, but I can't think of any. You know it will be a cold day in hell before I comply with her or any of those old decrepit, idle, middle-class board members. They have so much time on their hands. God, if I only had a fraction of that time, I'd be off fishing. Okay, I gotta go, babe. I'll call you as soon as I can after work, okay? Okay, baby. I love you. Love you too. Have a good day. Bye. EB hit the hang-up button on the steering wheel that sent him back into old-school metal tracks that made him want to hit the gas in the opposite direction and see how far he could get until the needle on the gas gauge hit E. As EB put in his time at the base, doing some very important classified work for the government, he couldn't shake his sheer panic in the pit of his stomach or what his wife said. She's been on the board for 40 years. She's denying projects to the hood like she was the goddamn president of the KKK. Who cares about those blocks or how long they sit there, and what does she? He snapped out of it and looked down at his watch. It was 5 o'clock, the universal time to begin the commute home. It was like an imaginary whistle blew as all the employees in each cube got up and formed a procession. After a few minutes it just ended up being a fight to see who could cram onto the elevator first to try and make it home before the traffic really picked up. There were nights when the traffic was so backed up, he'd look out at the highway and just walk towards a nearby watering hole near the base that was known for the ladies in good spirits. A lot of irresponsible decisions were made there, often 3 or more beers deep, among the young and dumb enlisted personnel who were crazy enough to go off to some shithole, but also who didn't have a care in the world. EB thought for a second about stopping in to see if the place changed and to give some company to 3 fingers of top-shelf scotch, but he decided against it and he got caught up in the traffic and in his thoughts. Incoming call, Trish. Hey, babe. How was your day? Honey, don't freak out, but she's back. She cornered me when I got home, and I couldn't do, holy fuck, this woman is relentless. Does she know we work to try and afford this place? Well, apparently, she lives off of this trust fund her grandpa left her. He busted his ass at the steel mill until he died at 65. At least that's what this lady told me at the HOA meeting. You should really go to one of those, you miss a lot. Trish let out a half chuckle, but it was only met with EB's angry silence on the other end. Yeah, I'm never going to those. Ever. I got enough to worry about at work. I'll be home in a few minutes. Just try and get rid of her, can you do me that solid? EB was hungry and tired. All he wanted to do was get home and have some peace and maybe grill up a steak in the backyard for an hour or two till he had to do it all over again the next day. He returned his car to its rightful place in the drive next to the exposed cinder blocks and saw his wife near the back corner of the house with a fake smile on her face. They had a universal sign between the both of them that basically told the other one that there was trouble. It was kind of like a nudge she'd do with her head and a half wink. Then, he realized that Karen was still talking to her. EB slowly backed out of the drive to try and avoid Karen noticing. She was busy gabbing away about something, pointing to the blocks and then pacing over to where she was in full view of the downed trees that were on the verge of becoming non-compliant. He was able to sneak away and drive off, leaving his wife to fall on the sword for him. He had a feeling he'd owe her one for this for quite a few years, but for the moment, he was free. He drove back to the watering hole not far from the base, and it was packed with the insane, the crazy brave, and the irresponsible. Scattered about were also just people like him who needed to get away from people like Karen for a while and let their sorrows bathe in a single malt Scotch whiskey. He bellied up to the bar and looked around before he ordered. The barkeep seemed to be welcoming him back. He looked down at his phone. Incoming call, Trish. Babe, you're not going to believe this, I just snuck away for a second, Karen's still here. And she says she got the city involved, and it's gonna be $100 a day to CL. Hey, I've gotta go. I'll call you later, okay? Where are you? It's loud there. You really owe me for this. Click. Who is that, your wife? The young barkeep asked as she sat the drink in front of him. It smelled like when he burned a few of those trees in his backyard illegally, which violated a host of local codes, but he didn't care, it was smoky and full of flavor. EB sat there, and he thought about his garden in the backyard. It was completed, the stones set just right, He was planting rows of veggies, and it was soothing. He thought about how he was at peace in that garden that was not yet built, and for the first time in a long time, he smiled. You've just heard an audiobook teaser from the book, Second Realm Anthology, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. This story was titled HHOA and is authored by the pseudonymous Josiah Warren. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. And while you're there, check out our full catalog of books, privacy tools, wellness items, and much more. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story, find your freedom.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle, at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking, recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft because taxes infringe upon individual property rights is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rockstar divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of the plan for the restoration of constitutional government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Reardon, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NCSA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the mugger still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard the Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Nukem's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, there were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, the flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far as to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city, while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son, for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. A Tale of Proverbs on the 5 Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Alicize's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two were the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62 does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood, for while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story, or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom Train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism reemerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the Age of Tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one, the jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, oh so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appeared to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas the defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel. And if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of prisoner's dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly, rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice. They are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice: the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness. For it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie, as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the three previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all served to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties during either World War or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear, and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Sataguriha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who would then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula, as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. Or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long-sought-for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps one day humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System Bundle gives the beginning, or advanced self-liberator an affordable and user-friendly way to step up their security culture in both the physical and digital second realms. Featuring 2 privacy-hardened devices, hardware hacked by our friend Jam and Biconic. 1. The Ghost Phone, a de-Googled Pixel 3a with Calyx OS. 2. VonuPad Basic, GhostPad T420A privacy laptop, and a Faraday bag to take your devices offline. This Vonu Ghost System Bundle is exclusively available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Learn more or order today, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. In this technological age, at least right now, some interaction with a digital Babylon beast is necessary. But when we are pushed toward interacting, let us instead choose devices that we own, ones that aren't programmed to rat us out, ones that are as secure as humanly possible, while also balancing the need for an easy user experience. Again, visit libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1 to order the first ever Vonu Ghost System bundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/GHOSTBUNDLE1. See you in the digital second realm.
To this special episode of the Vonu Podcast, the first and hopefully ongoing installment series titled LUA Publications Reviews. A lot of our books would definitely draw criticism from the First Realm, the Servile Society, but our most popular book, Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage, by Ben Stone, undoubtedly takes the radical cake. None of it is to be taken seriously, and thankfully some of the commenters understand that. Others are authoritarian retards who deserve to be put on blast for being so goddamn stupid. And for many other comments, we could all use some humor in our lives. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. I welcome you to the first edition of LUA Publications Reviews. So I'll get flipped over here and we'll get to it. This is going to be fun. So yeah, if you just type in Sedition, Subversion, Sabotage into the lovely Amazon. It'll come up, and again, it's our most popular book. It's like top 15, I think, in the anarchist category. Or different categories, it varies. It's been a while since I checked, but we got 103 ratings. It's almost 5 stars, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And we will, I guess, get the feel for what we're going to see here. And you'll start to catch on very, very quickly. So the first one, we'll just go in order because there's not that many written reviews, but the ones who took the time to write did so for a very positive reason or a very negative reason. But anyway, Josh, whoever Josh is, just some Josh from the United States, 5 stars, and like this book is not for you. Will this book be the best and most important manual you'll read in your entire life? I cannot answer that question, but you deserve to make that decision for yourself. As another reviewer previously incorrectly stated, the book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Again, remember this guy gave 5 stars. Back to the review. There is an extremely high possibility either now or in the future that people would do absolutely anything within their means to acquire access to the contents of this book. Are you willing to face the responsibility that comes with possessing something of that sort of value? Think long and hard about it. Additionally, I would have to assume, although I cannot be sure, that the prerequisite reading and a life experience required to fully and properly comprehend the stance of this book is something on the lines of having read everything you've ever been able to get your hands on twice, while traveling around the world twice, once in forward and once in reverse, and then doing it all over again. 8 people found this to be helpful. Good. I understand why. So, as our Dave, the Amazon username these are verified purchases, by the way, so people actually definitely bought the book. Again, 5 stars. Not a field manual about scorpions. No, my good sir, it is not a field manual about scorpions. So his actual review is this: this book has little to nothing to do with scorpions. Oh my god, no, it does not. No, it does not. In fact, it is a field manual to identify. It is not a field manual to identify scorpions. It really doesn't teach you so much about the arachnid at all. A little bit, but nothing you won't find in a general book about the arachnids. So buyer beware. Read a little more of the description than I did, and don't buy in a hurry thinking you'll use this to ID arachnid species. Again, this guy was a verified purchaser. 5-star review. I appreciate the culture jamming so much. I really do. Rick, 1-star review, not worth the money, was the caption. I was not impressed with what was covered in this book. I do not think it was worth the cover price. So I returned it to Amazon. After I returned it, they told me to keep the book and I did not need to send it back. So now I have it and can read it, but didn't have to pay for it. But you should not do this on purpose. But he gave a 1-star review, so I feel like he just like, oh, fuck, I guess like I can use it to put in a fire or something. So it'll be used for a good purpose and cost anybody anything, I guess, other than Amazon. So everybody wins still. This is just Amazon customer, 5 stars, like official 5 stars, new way of thinking. This book is amazing. The zero aggression principle really resonates with me. I love the ideas and how the book is told out to the reader. Highly recommend. So yeah, it looks like this brought someone, a book titled Sedition's Version of Sabotage brought someone to understand the value of non-aggression. But hence why I have the only 2 metal implements in my background. An August Burns Red Christian China symbol that says, God loves you, and then a thyroid is murder, one and the other. It's very paradoxical, but I love it. I really do. This is the world we live in, though. Chandler is next. Dangerous Knowledge is the best knowledge, 5 stars. This book is exactly what it claims to be, and I denounce it in its entirety. Well done, Chandler. Well done. Dick, decide for yourself. Get a Kindle sample first. 5 stars. I denounce this book and its contents in its entirety and regret the purchase. With 5 stars. Michael Garcia, 5 stars. It's an amazing book. So It's Anne was the caption, and the amazing book was the rest. Brent Elaric Terry, your grandchildren will fight for this book someday. It was 4 stars, not 5 stars, but that's a pretty damn good caption. And the actual review is, this book is what it says it is. I denounce it in its entirety. So now we're getting to reviews from other countries, and this is where it gets kind of interesting. From what I understood very briefly, I haven't looked at reviews for books, and I do it like once a year or something like that. And like across like Goodreads and all that, like the LA Publications book, like what sort of stars they're getting and what comments and reviews and such. But yeah, these ones are kind of interesting. And we'll just go through it. Anyway, here we go. The non US reviews. Scott W, 5 stars. How dare they? Reviewed in Canada back in 2020. I denounced this book and its content. I know that I could have easily downloaded the entire book online for free at badquaker.com, but I wanted to make sure that I could keep at least one physical copy out of the hands of a younger person who may currently who may view current protest movements as mere astroturf and be looking for other ways to challenge the state. Charlie, 5 stars, looks interesting. From the United Kingdom in March of 2021. Looks interesting. I would have liked a page of contents, though. He's talking about table of contents. Yeah, that I guess maybe if there's a new edition of this book, maybe I'll put a table of contents in there. But it's the way the book is set up. It's not. It would. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Can probably make that happen if there's a 3rd edition of the book, and there very probably will be. Again, just from the fact that this is like, biggest seller, and to keep the the updated list of books that we have and such offers. Yeah, but it's only like every 1 or 2 years. Very minor updates in that regard. But anyway, that's behind the scenes such. Okay, so this person, S. Yeah, we got to translate this review to English. I do not speak French. If it was in Spanish, I could muscle through it, but... Alright. No bug. Well, if I'd known that. 1 star. Reviewed in France in November 2020. My friend and I read everything, and we are great consumers of books of all types of content. We like to read. We like to discover other people's perspectives through their books. I never wrote a comment or returned a book, but in an unexpected, in an exceptional situation, exceptional reaction, This book contains so much subversive information that I feel in part obliged to write this comment to be able to express aloud something that I ordered it, without having any idea what kind of content it was going to bring into our home! Exclamation point. I don't know what kind of situation it might be for, but I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't need it or want it. So I'm going back this book to Amazon, and I'm thinking about something else. Should shipping the book back. P.S. Now I finally understand what the word denounce meant in the English-speaking comments or other buyers of this book in Amazon reviews. Abe is this person's name. And yeah, but the other people, said that they denounced it, also gave 5 stars, so you still don't understand. You still don't get it, guy, even though you think you actually understand it now. You might be further away than you even were before. But last one, Taylor Burns, reviewed from the United Kingdom. Probably, oh God bless it. I'm not even going to go there. 1 star, too radical. Do not follow what this book says. Bought for research purposes on upcoming assignments, and would not recommend or acknowledge the ideologies presented in this book. So that is what's fucking hilarious about this, is that even like the 5-star reviews, like this is exactly, it's like, it's exactly what's, exactly what's supposed to happen. You have like the 5-star reviewers and the 1-star reviewers saying the exact same thing. But the 1-star reviewers are saying it for the purposes of like trying to create separation. Like, oh my God, this is on my Amazon order purchases. Like, I have to create separation. But you're all schmucks at the end of the day. But I appreciate the Amazon reviews. They're great. I've left them myself. I'm a schmuck too. But it's fun, especially in this case. This is a very grand social engineering experiment. And it is fun. It is fun. But again, I guess I should just go ahead and put out the authoritarian disclaimer. I wasn't even going to read the whole damn thing because it's a CIA OSS, like, it's a culture jamming material. But anyway, the authoritarian disclaimer: this manual should always be referred to as a work of fiction, as a poor attempt at humor, as political satire, and as a parody of the 1944 OSS publication Simple Sabotage Field Manual, not to be taken seriously. But there are people who are taking a lot, very, very seriously, in both directions, and both are correct, and both are wrong, and that is just the state of the universe as it is today, and where we are at this current time. But anyway, if you want to go purchase this book, you definitely can. Just go to liberatingattack.com, and I don't even know what the short link is for it, but there's a search bar. Just search for it. You can find it, along with everything else in our catalog. Books, bundles, audiobooks, health and wellness tools, all sorts of goodies, all sorts of things to help you in your path to self-liberation. But I do hope you enjoyed this kind of special episode of Liberty Under Attack. And I don't know, there might be another book or two, or I might be able to put together from like Amazon reviews and Goodreads, like couple books, or like one book off multiple platforms. Yeah, it's kind of sparse, but it's funny. There's it's extremely good reactions or extremely bad reactions, which makes for great content. You got the red and the blue. You got the opposite ends of the spectrums, and that is where whether we're talking about creating energy from the ocean, or whether you're creating energy from the atmosphere, you're talking about differentials, and that's where the energy lies. So we can use that energy for humor purposes, and not for more destructive purposes. So anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. liberatingattack.com, VonuPodcast.com, and PAZNIA.com if you want to join the Second Realm. Thanks for tuning in, and cheers.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter is called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Please enjoy.
He stared through the dim light at the white, popcorn ceiling. The first light of day was beginning to seep into the room through the half-closed shades that covered the bedroom windows. He did not know how long he had been staring at the ceiling. 30 minutes? 3 hours? 3 days? It all seemed so surreal. He could hear the occasional low drone of a truck or the higher-pitched movement of air and engine from the traffic building on the interstate 100 yards from his window. How he hated that highway. He could still remember the arrogant smirk on the face of the judge that dismissed his case when he tried to sue the state to stop the eminent domain proceedings that turned his retirement dream property into a new interstate thoroughfare. The highest and best use compensation that he received turned into 6 lanes of highway, and a median strip was nowhere near enough to be able to purchase a new piece of property. As for his house and the rest of his land, who in their right mind would purchase a home whose 100 acres of attached land were separated by an expanse of asphalt with cars and trucks whizzing by at God knows how fast? If he wanted to hunt his west field, he had to jump in his truck and drive 25 minutes in order to access the nearest road that crossed over to the other side of the interstate. Insane. Not that there was much good hunting left with the constant drone of vehicles. The patch of forest dotted with oak, maple, and walnut trees that he first noticed when he toured the property years ago was one of the first things to be bulldozed and flattened to make way for the construction vehicles. So, he was stuck here, destined to live out the rest of his life being constantly reminded of how the government destroyed his dream in the form of engines and tires humming over asphalt. How long had he been thinking about that cold December afternoon at the county courthouse? On that day he was so angry that he didn't even realize until he got home that he had left his coat in the courtroom and never even turned on the heat in his car. His fury was its own source of warmth. He glanced at the clock on top of his nightstand. 47 minutes. After a few moments of lying thoughtless in the growing light, another memory sprang to mind. He remembered getting his property tax bill that April. He had pulled it out of the mailbox on that cool, spring morning and stared at it for what seemed like an eternity. He remembered being incredulous that these parasites wanted to now exact some sort of tribute for the privilege of having his property destroyed and his dreams have turned into ashes. He had walked back to the house and was about to throw that letter in the trash when his wife scolded him and talked some sense into him. That bill got paid. It was the last one. When the November tax bill came that fall, he had no one to scold him. 3 weeks before, he had laid his wife to rest, a victim of a robbery at a local gas station perpetrated by 3 men that had just exited from that cursed highway. They would never have been there if that government-created concrete urban cesspool conduit wasn't there. They were looking for an easy score, and his wife surprised them by trying to draw her gun from her purse, but she was a bit too slow, and they were a bit too close. When he looked down at that bill after pulling it out of his mailbox, he began to tear it into pieces. His pace of tearing became frenzied, and before he realized it, he was kneeling on the ground, tearing the torn pieces into small pieces, tears of rage falling into the dirt among the small white pieces of paper. 31 minutes. He looked back at the clock. Almost time to get up and get ready. He absently ran the old cliché through his head. Gonna be burning the candle at both ends today. His thoughts drifted back to the mailbox. He had torn up that November tax bill, the next one after that, and the next one after that. Other letters from the assessor's office began to appear, and those were added to the paper mulch around his mailbox. Then the letters from the courts began to appear, and those were added to the mulch. The weeds around the mailbox seemed to appreciate it. They were higher and lusher than the weeds a few feet away. The phone calls began soon after, but those were easy to stop. 3 sharp tugs quickly removed each of his home phones from the wall plugs, and a couple block caller clicks on his cell were all it took. It was a bit harder to tear up the letter that arrived a few weeks ago. It was being held by a process server. Out of curiosity, he had opened it. The trifolded legal letter informed him that all of his property had been auctioned off the previous week due to delinquent taxes, and that he had 1 year to retain his property if he paid the bidder what they had paid plus fees, blah, 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 blah. He didn't ever waste time tearing up that letter. It was laid out on the counter, and it was still sitting there as he stared at the ceiling this morning. 9 minutes. He looked at the clock again. He must have dozed off for a few minutes. He had been staring at the ceiling for hours, yet his mind and body decided now was a good time for a nap. Weird. The next visit came 11 months and 26 days later. This time there was no letter in hand. The visitor was a large, slightly overweight white guy in a brown uniform sporting a sheriff's department logo on his right breast pocket. On his left pocket was his last name, Rogers. He said that he was there to inform that at the end of a month, in 4 days, at 9 a.m., he would be back with another officer to remove me from the property if my right to retain my property has not been exercised. The sheriff apologized for the intrusion, with a slight sarcastic undertone, and then told me that it would be in my best interest if I was already gone when they came back. He didn't want any trouble, and he told me he was sure that I would not want to spend my first homeless night in the county jail. Without another word, the sheriff turned on his heel and went back to his idling tan SUV in the driveway and slowly drove off without even a glance back. As he watched the cop drive off, he began giggling and muttered to himself, "I am going to be kicked out of my house by Mr. Rogers." 8:53 a.m. He glanced at his clock, glanced back at the ceiling, and sat up. He was fully clothed and his boot heels hung slightly off the mattress at the foot of the bed. He got up and walked over to his wife's dresser. Where her jewelry box and little knickknacks had stood the day before, was now occupied by an AR-15, a Glock 17, a dozen loaded rifle and pistol magazines, a black tactical vest with a bunch of mag pouches, and a pad of paper. First, he checked the aim-point red dot sight on his rifle. He put on his vest and stowed away all the magazines in their respective pouches. He holstered his pistol as he glanced down at the pad of paper. He didn't want to lose that. It would be quite easy to transfer the address of that judge to his GPS once he addressed the first issues at hand. He glanced over to the edge of the dresser at the orange lighter and the end of a piece of bright green cannon fuse that was taped to the wood. At about 25 seconds per foot, that 12 feet of fuse would give him at least 5 minutes before it burned down the hole in the lid of the 8-pound jug of gunpowder sitting a few feet away in the closet. He absently wondered for a moment if the poor guy who won the bid had thought about homeowners insurance. His thoughts were interrupted by one car door, and then two, closing hard in the driveway. He heard muffled conversation out the bedroom window as the two officers walked from the driveway to the front of the house. He picked up the lighter, flicked it twice, and touched the flame to the end of the fuse. It smoked and hissed as it caught. He picked up his rifle, checked the chamber and magazine to make sure the green-tip armor-piercing rounds were there, and made his way to the front of the house to answer the door.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. To order your paperback copy, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. This chapter was called 93 Minutes, authored by our pseudonymous Pat Henry. Cheers from the Second Realm.
The following is an audiobook teaser from the book, Second Realm Anthology, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. This story is titled HHOA and is authored by the pseudonymous Josiah Warren. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. And while you're there, check out our full catalog of books, privacy tools, wellness items, and much more. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story, find your freedom. He was just minding his own damn business. The cinder blocks were all neatly arranged out in the parking lot of his new home like a formation of soldiers waiting for some inevitable battle, but the only thing that festered in the early morning hours between when Ebner, his friends called him E.B., Brown brewed his coffee and checked his mail was an evil far more wicked than anything he had to ever contend with. He even thought about some of his worst nightmares. There was one where he woke up in a pool of his own sweat after burning alive in his head. No. Those paled in comparison to who was now approaching the cul-de-sac of the otherwise quiet suburban community, walking her little yappy dog. He wanted to throw that fucking thing off the ravine on his way to work. He was already late and not in the mood for confrontation or passive-aggressive pleasantries with an occasional dig about how the blocks in his drive violated such and such section of the sacred HOA handbook, the tome that he had sitting underneath some hot rod mags above the commode and never cracked open. But it was too late. She had already begun nosing around his unregulated building project like an officer of the law would nose around to find a victimless crime. "Hello, Karen. Nice morning, isn't it? Not too hot, not too cold." EB balanced the hot coffee against the window of the black Eclipse like he was a clown in a circus act. His briefcase slumped in his right hand while he tried to unlock the car and flee the scene of his not yet known transgressions. "You know, Ebner, these blocks have been sitting in your driveway for quite a long time. What you building out back? I'm just curious. I hope it's something wonderful and within the guidelines of our community. I really want to see you bloom here, Ebner. And what's your wife's name?" "Tammy?" "Trish, it's Trisha. Hey, listen. I've got to get going. I'm gonna be late for work, sorry. Catch you another time then? I'll be here, just walking the dog. Maybe I'll catch Trisha later too. She works late. Okay, well I really look forward, Ebner, to seeing how your project turns out. When is it you say you're gonna be starting it?" "Pretty soon. Listen, I've really got to go." EB pointed to his watch and managed to get all his crap into the front seat while hastily starting the ignition. He almost ground the gears, throwing the car into reverse as it flew out of the part of the drive that was still free of those rule-breaking cinder blocks that Karen seemed to have latched onto. Like any individual that had other commitments outside of worrying about local codes, such as making a living to afford the place, he couldn't rest on his laurels. There was something especially sinister about a woman that had all that free time on her hands, and instead of dedicating it to helping others or making the world a better place, she somehow got off on making others' lives a living hell. EB supposed the reason why he considered Karen to be on top of his mental list of things that seriously bothered him was because he felt so helpless to stop her wrath. Once she sunk her teeth into you, you were finished. He drove to the nearby army base where 80% of the town worked, as either military or contractors. He was a contractor, but he merely thought of himself as disgruntled. He had reached that point a few years ago when he found personal autonomy in some radical literature a friend recommended. It was a gradual logical conclusion that kept evolving towards some inexorable end, which he hoped would result in freedom. The car phone almost dialed itself, interrupting a playlist of old-school rock and metal that brought him back to an earlier time in his life when he didn't give a shit about things like Karen or the HOA. "Trish? You there?" "Yeah, I just stepped out for a second. What's up?" "Are you commuting?" Trish asked. She already knew the answer, but she liked to hear reassurances that things were okay. "Hey, guess what? Your friend is here. Karen, that woman we see sometimes walking up and down our street with that little dog. Like sometimes I wonder who's walking who, you know." The white noise of the hospital where Trish was a nurse at muffled her rhetorical question a little and caused EB to hit the volume on the car's hands-free phone audio. Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyway, she was nosing around my project, the cinder blocks. I'm gonna build a garden back there, and it's gonna be great. We'll have some vegetables and nice herbs for cooking. She's nosing around and really zeroed in on those blocks. Apparently they violate some kind of HOA rule. Have you ever read that book? The sun glared into EB's eyes as the road shifted direction. He pulled down the sun visor and reached for his sunglasses. It was just a few minutes more till he got on base, and then he had to cease the use of the cell phone. It was all very hush-hush, classified, top-secret stuff that they were dealing with there that couldn't be left vulnerable to outside phone calls or texts. "Well, you know, honey," Trish said, lovingly, "I've been to one of those HOA meetings. The president is. Guess who? Your buddy, Karen. She's been on the board the last 40 years. I was also going to tell you this when we both got home, but since you brought it up, she mentioned the 60-foot trees in the backyard that you cut down. She doesn't like those either. She says you have until the end of this week to get them cleaned up or she's gonna call in the city to make you." "Sorry, baby." Trish sprung the other news on him that hit him like a ton of cinder blocks. He was already anxious and panicked about his morning encounter with the woman, but this set him over the top. He turned on his hazards and pulled off into a nearby street near the base and just sat there. What? You should have waited till I got home to tell me that. I said I was sorry, we can't do anything about it now, but it appears like she really has it out for us. And you know what else? I did some digging because I was really curious, and did you know the neighborhood next to ours, Karen referred to this as the hood, which is hilarious to hear an old white woman say, but I guess some developer finished building homes across from where we live that injected about $1,000 per month into the HOA immediately. Well, every time the hood asks for something, it's almost immediately declined, and every time the new part asks for something. Yep, you guessed it. Approved. So apparently they have $50 or $60,000 in their coffers, but yet nothing can ever get fixed. There's a playground over there near the cul-de-sac that looks super dangerous and is in a state of disrepair. That's great, honey, but that's not gonna get Karen off our backs. We need some kind of plan, but I can't think of any. You know it will be a cold day in hell before I comply with her or any of those old decrepit, idle, middle-class board members. They have so much time on their hands. God, if I only had a fraction of that time, I'd be off fishing. Okay, I gotta go, babe. I'll call you as soon as I can after work, okay? Okay, baby. I love you. Love you too. Have a good day. Bye. EB hit the hang-up button on the steering wheel that sent him back into old-school metal tracks that made him want to hit the gas in the opposite direction and see how far he could get until the needle on the gas gauge hit E. As EB put in his time at the base, doing some very important classified work for the government, he couldn't shake his sheer panic in the pit of his stomach or what his wife said. She's been on the board for 40 years. She's denying projects to the hood like she was the goddamn president of the KKK. Who cares about those blocks or how long they sit there, and what does she? He snapped out of it and looked down at his watch. It was 5 o'clock, the universal time to begin the commute home. It was like an imaginary whistle blew as all the employees in each cube got up and formed a procession. After a few minutes it just ended up being a fight to see who could cram onto the elevator first to try and make it home before the traffic really picked up. There were nights when the traffic was so backed up, he'd look out at the highway and just walk towards a nearby watering hole near the base that was known for the ladies in good spirits. A lot of irresponsible decisions were made there, often 3 or more beers deep, among the young and dumb enlisted personnel who were crazy enough to go off to some shithole, but also who didn't have a care in the world. EB thought for a second about stopping in to see if the place changed and to give some company to 3 fingers of top-shelf scotch, but he decided against it and he got caught up in the traffic and in his thoughts. Incoming call, Trish. Hey, babe. How was your day? Honey, don't freak out, but she's back. She cornered me when I got home, and I couldn't do, holy fuck, this woman is relentless. Does she know we work to try and afford this place? Well, apparently, she lives off of this trust fund her grandpa left her. He busted his ass at the steel mill until he died at 65. At least that's what this lady told me at the HOA meeting. You should really go to one of those, you miss a lot. Trish let out a half chuckle, but it was only met with EB's angry silence on the other end. Yeah, I'm never going to those. Ever. I got enough to worry about at work. I'll be home in a few minutes. Just try and get rid of her, can you do me that solid? EB was hungry and tired. All he wanted to do was get home and have some peace and maybe grill up a steak in the backyard for an hour or two till he had to do it all over again the next day. He returned his car to its rightful place in the drive next to the exposed cinder blocks and saw his wife near the back corner of the house with a fake smile on her face. They had a universal sign between the both of them that basically told the other one that there was trouble. It was kind of like a nudge she'd do with her head and a half wink. Then, he realized that Karen was still talking to her. EB slowly backed out of the drive to try and avoid Karen noticing. She was busy gabbing away about something, pointing to the blocks and then pacing over to where she was in full view of the downed trees that were on the verge of becoming non-compliant. He was able to sneak away and drive off, leaving his wife to fall on the sword for him. He had a feeling he'd owe her one for this for quite a few years, but for the moment, he was free. He drove back to the watering hole not far from the base, and it was packed with the insane, the crazy brave, and the irresponsible. Scattered about were also just people like him who needed to get away from people like Karen for a while and let their sorrows bathe in a single malt Scotch whiskey. He bellied up to the bar and looked around before he ordered. The barkeep seemed to be welcoming him back. He looked down at his phone. Incoming call, Trish. Babe, you're not going to believe this. I just snuck away for a second. Karen's still here. And she says she got the city involved, and it's gonna be $100 a day to CL. Hey, I've gotta go. I'll call you later, okay? Where are you? It's loud there. You really owe me for this. Click. Who is that? Your wife? The young barkeep asked as she sat the drink in front of him. It smelled like when he burned a few of those trees in his backyard illegally, which violated a host of local codes, but he didn't care. It was smoky and full of flavor. E.B. sat there, and he thought about his garden in the backyard. It was completed, the stones set just right, he was planting rows of veggies, and it was soothing. He thought about how he was at peace in that garden that was not yet built, and for the first time in a long time, he smiled. You've just heard an audiobook teaser from the book, Second Realm Anthology, published by Liberty Under Attack Publications. This story was titled HHOA and is authored by the pseudonymous Josiah Warren. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. And while you're there, check out our full catalog of books, privacy tools, wellness items, and much more. Liberty Under Attack Publications, share your story, find your freedom.
The newest release from Liberty Under Attack Publications.
On June 21, 2021, Johnny Hurley was shopping in Old Town Arvada. When Johnny heard gunshots from across the square, he ran straight into danger, without hesitation, and quickly neutralized the attempted mass shooter. Witnesses described believing that Johnny was likely military, based on the skill and effectiveness with which he handled the situation. A minute later, a police officer who had been hiding inside the Arvada PD office on the square watching the situation unfold on security cameras, emerged from the building and shot Johnny in the back. No warning, no announcing himself, no pausing to notice that this was clearly not the shooter he had been looking at on the CCTV. Johnny bled to death on the concrete. The police officer received paid leave, and the official investigation ruled that this murder was a good shoot. Millions of people now know the name Johnny Hurley as a Good Samaritan, as a man who heroically risked, and gave, his life to save countless others. What most of those people don't know about Johnny is that he had already been a hero for many, many years. Putting his safety, freedom, and life on the line to protect the lives and liberties of others was exactly the kind of person that Johnny Hurley was. The goal of this book is to help more people get to know who Johnny was, how he thought, and the cause he dedicated his life to, peace and freedom. Pre-order your copy today from Liberty Under Attack Publications by visiting libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Book will officially release on the anniversary, June 21st. libertyunderattack.com/Johnny.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalog has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle, at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.